Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Nickolle. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we meet again to discuss and watch a trial. This would be about a little boy named Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo. He was only 5 years old when he died in 2021 in July. So trigger warning, this is a case, okay, about child abuse, the death of a child due to that abuse. So it could be triggering for some. We're going to cover it quite speedily. Today we are going to cover day 1 and 2. Tomorrow we're going to cover day 3, 4, and 5. And then on Friday we'll watch the closing arguments and the verdict because they are actually deliberating today. In real time, the jury is already deliberating right now. So I know that child cases can be really upsetting. And I know many people have emailed me to cover the treadmill abuse case. That one is too triggering for me and it's too long. It's like staying in that headspace for, however long, 6 to 8 weeks is really, really difficult. This case, thankfully, the trial's been really quick, right? So it's already over. So we'll be catching up in no time. So if you don't have plans for today, tomorrow, and Friday, you're going to be here. You're booked. Okay, so I've been defluffing for you. That's why we can do it like that, because I just cut out all the breaks and just all the fluff, okay? Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons, members, and subscribers. And guess what, everyone? Now we've hit a new milestone. We have 300,000 Grizzlies now subscribed to this channel. That is amazing. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate every single one of you who has hit that subscribe button, put the notifications on, and what a great milestone. I can't wait to keep growing this community. Let me quickly get the chat going because I can't put the stickers on the screen. Hold on one second. Thank you, Johnny. Janet says, deep rabbit hole. Johnny Desant says, congrats on a well-deserved 300k, Gisela. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, my word. I'm very excited. It happened just before the live stream, so that is wonderful. Objection Cake says 300k and still humble, 100% about victims and true justice. Congratulations, G. Thank you for this amazing community. Thank you so much. So I know many of you will say, well, what are you going to do to celebrate the 300k? You know what I'm going to do? You see these little sparkles here? I don't like that. It's so difficult to get it right. You know why? Because my entire channel has been run and built on a less than $100 camera. Okay, right? Well, you guys know, if you are OGs, okay, and there are some OGs here. Tracy, who is one of our mod managers, fantastic mod, has been here since I had 10 subscribers. And Tracy will know. From the beginning, I didn't even know how to... let me just take this off for a second. I'm going to read you this article. I didn't even know how to edit a video at all. I would just film and release. Just film and release, okay? So I think I've come a long way, okay, with my production. But, oh, shame. I really need a camera, a proper camera. So... Recovery Addict and Pascal have actually helped me decide on which camera to invest in. And so I'm going to do that to celebrate 300k because it's probably time. It's probably time now. I have this little webcam that was between $60 and $100. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So thank you to everyone for supporting the channel and watching my videos, for making that possible. All right. Joanna says, I'm an OG. I'm so glad. Thank you everyone for being so excited as well. All right, so let me quickly tell you about this case. The reason I'm also covering it is because, my goodness, you guys have been emailing me a lot, like about this case. Like, can you cover it? Look at this. Many Grizzlies have been asking if I could take a look at it. And of course, we've been busy covering the Ali Abulaban trial, and they are still on verdict watch. I'm like, damn, still deliberating. Now, let me just tell you, for anyone who's watching, I don't know, the replay or joins later, mods, if you can also remind people if they ask, maybe in the stream, we are on verdict watch for Ali Abulaban. If the verdict comes in today, if we can see that, because, there's delayed footage, then I have already a stream that's ready to go. So we'll go from this stream to that stream after we finish this day, okay? So we'll watch that later together if they show us anything. If they don't show us anything today, we'll watch it tomorrow. But don't panic, okay? We're going to cover it. I have seen the new newly released footage from court TV with a body cam that was shown, and then Ali Abulaban reacting to it. Okay, so we will get to that. Right, now let me tell you about this case, which again, I'm warning you, it's very, very sad, okay? So let's do it like this. All right, so there's a man on trial, and this case is infuriating. Never mind, like, it's very sad, but it's so upsetting, especially with a mother. Oh my word. This is again like Adam and Kayla Montgomery. It's very similar to that. And when you hear this mother say that she didn't report the abuse that this man, look at this cocky mofo. When she didn't report the abuse that he was inflicting on her 5-year-old son, her reason is she was just eager to be in a relationship with him. Eager to be in a relationship with him. That's why she just let him beat her son until he died. Can you believe that? That's horrendous. I can't even believe it. Okay. So, man charged with murder. This is the mother, by the way. The mother. Man charged with murder in the death of a 5-year-old going to trial. So he's been on trial already. They're busy deliberating. So they say here, a man charged with the murder of a 5-year-old boy is heading to trial on a different charge. Okay. So Daniel Garcia is accused of causing the death of Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo back in July of 2021. Aguilar-Acevedo's body was later found in a ravine in Colorado near the Rocky Mountain National Park. He died in Texas. These two, this couple, are they Bonnie and Clyde, or what are they doing? They traveled from San Antonio, Texas, then to Colorado to bury his body, as in throw it over a ravine. What? This mother participated in that. Wait till you have testimony. It's going to come up today. Okay, so get your snarky pants ready too. Okay, so they went from San Antonio, Texas, then to Colorado, then to Mexico, then Costa Rica, and ended up in Florida, where they were then arrested. Wow, like this case. Oh, wow. So, wait, am I saying it right? Yeah. Aguilar-Acevedo's body was later found in a ravine in Colorado near the Rocky Mountain National Park. According to the arrest warrant, which I'll have to get my hands on, but it's a little bit of a delay. Sorry about that. I wish I could read that to you right now. Rowena, thank you so much. According to arrest warrant, Garcia is accused of physically abusing the child, causing his death at a northeast side hotel. I'll do some map time quickly for you. I'll show you the guy again. He's right here. This cocky man. He's on the thumbnail as well. Garcia and the boy's mother, Nickolle Aguilar, later drove to Colorado and left his remains there before fleeing the country to Costa Rica. Garcia was initially charged with murder, and Aguilar with injury to the child causing serious bodily injury by omission. Now, she's still charged with that, but now she's taken a plea deal, just like Kayla Montgomery. And so she is going to get a maximum of 5 to 15 years, and her sentencing has been set for June 7th. So she's going to get 5 to 15 years. We don't know what exactly she'll get, but we shall see. He, on the other hand, they say Aguilar accepted this plea deal in exchange for testimony against Garcia. Garcia is Daniel Garcia. He is currently 29 years old. She's now 27. So she was 25 when it happened, and he was 27. Okay. So she's got the plea deal. He's been charged with injury to a child causing serious bodily injury, which sounded disappointing when I first read that. Because I'm like, oh no, he hasn't even been charged with murder. What? Yeah, Stefan says Kayla 2.0. Even the before and after pictures and everything, I'm like, damn, Kayla 2.0. So they say that charge is still a first-degree felony, so that gave me hope. Okay, it's still a first-degree felony, and the range of punishment is 5 to 99 years or a life in prison. If he's found guilty, the jury could also consider probation in this case. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like that, but okay. Which would not have been an option for the murder conviction. So it could be a range of 5 to 99 years or life in prison. Imagine if it gets 5. No. No. And either way, can't they, what do you call it? Can't they give these people, can't they sterilize them, is what I want to say. No more kids. How about that? He had 2 kids of her own. He had 2 kids of his own. She had 2 kids of her own. And now this couple got together and he was abusing one of her sons. So the other 3 kids were exposed to that. The reason they didn't report his death to the police after he beat him and then the little boy died is because they were so scared that the police would take away the other children. Like, they should, you know? Okay, so The trial itself will begin. It did begin on May 21st with jury selection. It's already done. Like, damn, they said a week or two. And I thought we're going to catch up this weekend. No. They're already done. They're already now deliberating. So there should be a verdict probably today. But we're going to be catching up until Friday. Okay, so today, tomorrow, and Friday, we'll be watching all of this. So if we just go to this one, what did I want to show you here that was different? Hold on. Yeah, Garcia was first charged with murder, but prosecutors are taking him to trial on the charge of injury to a child causing serious bodily injury. You see what I mean when it's like, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh my gosh. Melissa Loves True Crime says, yes, geez, sterilization. Definitely. So when you look at these two, now he doesn't look anything like Adam Montgomery. This is, I don't know. I don't even know what to say about him. But look at her. It's like so similar with how Kayla Montgomery looked slightly more high when they arrested her. But this one, the before and after, so similar. And the way she talks and everything she says, wow. On July 24th of 2021, okay, timeline, Nickolle Aguilar, this one, told authorities while they were at the extended... so they're wording it wrong. The crime happened he died on July 24th. So Nickolle Aguilar, the mother, told authorities that while they were at an extended stay hotel in the 6900 block of Interstate 35 North, that's San Antonio, Texas, Garcia struck the boy with so much force that he bounced off the wall and hit the floor, the affidavit states. The boy vomited a black and brown liquid, blood, after the abuse started in San Antonio, the affidavit states. The couple left the hotel days before their scheduled departure and did not properly check out records show. The affidavit states that surveillance footage from the hotel shows Garcia carrying what appeared to be a lifeless body out of the hotel room. Did no one see that? No one saw? Or what? Also, Google Ads is showing me this all the time. Do they want me to have a new table? Recovery addict. Here you are. I was just talking about you. Speak of the devil. Thank you so much for the camera advice. I was telling them that's how I'm going to celebrate the 300K. Is you see, I've got my little Logi webcam and I'm sparkling sometimes, depending on what color I wear. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the sticker. That's always nice to have the support of another content creator. I really appreciate it so much. Floating the River said, here's to the best YouTuber, RG. Proud Grizzly, congrats. Thank you so much. So when asked, this is infuriating, when asked why they didn't report the boy's death, she responded that the couple was worried about losing custody of the other children. Aguilar said that she and Garcia then drove to Colorado the next morning with the body and camped near the Rocky Mountain. They camped because the other kids had always wanted to see Colorado. She was going to show them the snow while burying this little boy's body. And burying, I still say burying because they just pushed his body down a ravine, threw water bottles at it, okay, so that the body could tumble down further. And then the boyfriend decided, this is not working, it's still visible, his body, so I'm going to lower myself down with his vehicle and a rope that he tied around his waist. And he did go to Wal-Mart. I was going to say, did he go to Wal-Mart? I heard in this case he went to Wal-Mart. Anyway, he bought a shovel and everything. Okay, so he lowered himself down the ravine and then just like tried to hide the body even more. I mean, wow. This is insane. So Aguilar said that she and Garcia then drove to Colorado the next morning with the body camped near. So they camped, did they roast marshmallows and then afterwards, I don't know, it's just insane to me. The couple then buried Dominic's body in a remote location near the campsite and fled by car to Mexico and eventually on to Costa Rica. Garcia and Aguilar were later arrested in Florida. Garcia was charged with murder initially and then was changed to this other charge, and Aguilar with injury to a child causing serious bodily injury by omission. They were extradited to Bexar County by the end of that summer. Now, who's impressed that I knew that that's Bexar County? You guys have taught me well. On the road there to 300K, you've taught me so many pronunciation things, okay? Because I was like, Bexar, Bexar, Bexar County at the end of that summer. Yeah, Pinche Becky, Zero Skin says, WTH? Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, and the mother's got to tell us the details herself. So let's quickly do this little bit of map time here. Here's the Wood Spring Suites. Okay, this is, what does it say on the side there? Signature. I believe it was this hotel, an extended stay hotel, which is where Nickole and her man and the 4 children, 2 of her children, 2 of his children. I don't know why the hell he had custody of his children. Why is that? I don't understand. His ex-girlfriend, the mother of the 2 children that he had there, is going to take the stand as well. Scott says, all cops should just wait at Wal-Mart for their perps. That's true. They should station some cops outside of Wal-Mart, because there's so many of these cases where they go to Wal-Mart and buy duct tape and shovels and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, so here's the Woodspring Suites. I'll just zoom out so you could see. They said it's on this Interstate 35, yes, in San Antonio, Texas. So after that, these two dumbasses and evil people went to, my goodness, they drove from there all the way to Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. And then I don't know exactly where I'll show you a video as well so we can see it. They threw the little boy's body down a ravine. Okay. And then from there, they went from Rocky Mountain, they went to Mexico. So they traveled all the way back down. They went to Mexico, and then Costa Rica, and then Florida. Like, look at that. Look at these people go. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, you guys are like, the little boy's so adorable. Look at him. Shame. There's a really cute little picture of him with like those little swimming little puffy arms, you know, the little floaties. But I don't want anyone to, you know what I mean? There could be real sickos on the internet. I don't want them to get the wrong idea about the picture because he's swimming. I just gotta show this picture right here. Shame, he was 5 years old. 5. It's horrendous what this guy did, Daniel Garcia. Listen here. Oh, snap. Okay, so here they also, I just want to see, there's a couple of differences in these. So Aguilar was charged with injury to a child causing serious bodily harm, and Garcia was charged with murder. That changed. Now she's got a plea deal. She could be sentenced 5 to 15 years, and tampering with evidence she also was facing was to be dismissed. So the deal is, you can get 5 to 15 years, but you're going to testify against your boyfriend. And she's doing that. She is complying. She's just like, okay, here I am to tell the truth, she said. And wait till you see the defense attorneys grill her, which is actually very enjoyable to watch. Rob McMullen, thank you so much. He said, congrats for hitting 300k subs, G. You have the best true crime channel on YouTube. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rob is also an OG. Thank you very much. All right, so here's what we're going to see. Oh yeah, there was one video I wanted to show you here. Wait, we're going to make it bigger, and we have to resize in any case just now. Like this. Let's just quickly, because here they show us a little bit of the area where they recovered his remains.
Tonight at 5, we have confirmed the case of 5-year-old's death in Texas is tied to an investigation right here in Colorado. CBS 4 investigation. It's
just a little bit soft, so hold on. We want to boost. So here you could see how they are recovering his body.
Katie Weiss has learned that investigators in San Antonio believe that the boy's body was found Wednesday in a remote campground on Berthoud Pass. We saw the FBI collecting evidence there on that same day. We know that the boy's mother told investigators they drove there after the boy died in a hotel in San Antonio.
I was on mute. Hold on. I just want to show you this ravine area again. There, look, look, look. Oh, my word. And you know, like many of you might be asking now, how did they know to look for him there? The mother told the police. You know why the mother told the police? Because her mother was asking the whole time, where are you guys? Because they left their house in Florida. Both Daniel Garcia and Nickole were living in Florida. And there were 4 kids, right? And then for some reason they left the house, and then they went and stayed in an extended stay hotel in Texas. So that's odd. And when they were leaving and on their little honeymoon, it seems like, Nickole's sister, so the little boy's aunt, was saying, can't the kids just stay with me while you guys get settled with whatever it is you're doing? And you know what Nickole, the mother, did? Blocked her aunt. She blocked the little boy's aunt. Blocked her. That was the response. So the two of them kind of went almost like on the run. I don't know what their plan really was, but they were living in this extended stay hotel in Texas for some reason with the 4 kids. And this man was just abusing the little 5-year-old boy. Shame, man. And so the grandmother kept on asking, as in Nickole's mother, right? Kept asking, where are you guys? Like, where's the little boy? Why are you so quiet? What's going on? Can I see them? Where's my grandkids? And so it was the grandmother that actually was adamant the whole time. Eventually tracked Nickole and Daniel down packed her bags apparently, went and found them, literally, physically, and said, where? So what happened? And then they said, okay, he died. And they're like, what? So Nickole told her mother where they had buried the body, and the mother insisted they go to the police. So they went to the police, and the police then went and found his body. But it was Nickole and her mother that showed the police where to look. Okay? So we've got that one, and then I think there's just maybe one more clip that I have here for you. This one. Do it like this.
We'll begin deliberations today in the murder case of a young boy who was killed in a local motel 3 years ago. Prosecutors say the boy's mom and her boyfriend tried to cover their tracks by tossing the boy's body into a Colorado ravine. News 4's Robert Price has the very latest on that trial.
Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo was just 5 years old when he died in the summer of 2021, beaten to death, police say, at this extended stay motel near Fort Sam. His body then driven to a campsite in Colorado and tossed into the bottom of a ravine. We spoke to his aunt shortly after.
He was the sweetest little boy you could ever meet, and happy, the biggest smile, loved Batman, Spider-Man, Jurassic Park. He even loved my dog.
Dominic's mother, Nickole, and her boyfriend, Daniel Garcia, were eventually arrested while on the run in Costa Rica. Nickole has since agreed to plead guilty to injury to a child by omission and will receive no more than 15 years in prison. However, right now, Daniel Garcia is on trial for murder and faces up to life in prison. Arrest records show Nickole watched Garcia physically abuse Domenic for several weeks before he died. In late July at the Wood Spring Suites, she claims Garcia hit Domenic so hard he bounced off the wall and hit the floor, vomited, and later died. When asked why she did not seek medical attention for Domenic, Nickole allegedly told police she was, quote, too eager to be in a relationship with a man. Her sentencing is
too eager to be in a relationship with a man. And that man is going to beat your 5-year-old child to death. You're going to allow it. You're going to watch it. You're going to not even just turn a blind eye, but kind of participate. That is so messed up. It's very difficult.
Set for 2 weeks from now. As for Garcia, the jury in his murder trial is expected to begin deliberations sometime Wednesday.
That's today. They are deliberating, and so they also, just to correct what the man said there, he's not facing a murder charge. We already read the charge he's facing now, the serious bodily injury to a child. But he could still face 5 to 99 years or up to life in prison. Okay, so I hope both of these people get the maximum sentences possible. All right, now for the defluffed footage that I've made for you. Today we have 3 hours and 49 minutes of footage. This is day 1 and 2 of this trial, okay? And tomorrow we're going to watch day 3, 4, and 5. And tomorrow's footage is under 3 hours for day 3, 4, and 5. There was a lot of fluff. I mean, like many breaks, half days. So, okay. So today, day 1 and 2. Tomorrow, day 3, 4, 5. So we're going to see opening statements and everything now as well. The judge is Vilia Meza. The defense, or the prosecutor is Nathan Mori, and the defense, Bridget Garza. Okay, so let's see if I read everything. This little boy loved Batman, Spider-Man, Jurassic Park. He loved animals. Shame, man. Domenic, spelled with the E. Domenic. Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo. They even talk about him wearing like a little baby Yoda shirt. I think they changed his clothes before throwing him down the ravine. And when I think of that baby Yoda, I think of the other Domenic we've had a case about before. Remember the Burgos Aviles trial? Yes. Okay, yeah. Beverly says, ooh, he's scrubbed up, hasn't he? Look at this guy. Oh my word, he looks so cocky. This cocky mofo is how I'm going to say. So now, are we ready? Here we go. Okay, please like and share so that others can find us as well. And reminder that as soon as the Abulaban Verdict is in, we'll know about it, but we're going to have to be patient because we can watch it after this day. We're focusing on this case right now and justice for this little boy, Domenic, okay? So here we go. Let's play it. Wait, I've got 20 seconds here. Okay.
Already instructed people on, which is that you're not allowed to do your own independent research, Google anything, nothing like that is allowed. Thank you so much for complying with that order. as I had explained to you during jury selection, violating the terms of my order could lead to some issues with this trial, right? The other thing that I want to make you aware of is that if you have trouble hearing, or if there's something you can't see on the screen, please get my attention, get my bailiff's attention, so that we can make sure that you can hear and see everything appropriately. All right, with that, the overview for today is we're going to read the indictment. Mr. Garcia will enter a plea. You will hear opening statements from both sides, and then we're going to start hearing the testimony. Very important order to you about the testimony. You are not to talk about anything that goes on in here when you go on a break. You cannot say, oh, did you see that photo, or did you see that video? Did you notice that? No, that's deliberating. You don't get to deliberate before I give you the case. There's going to come a time when I give you the case to deliberate, and I'm going to order you to go deliberate. So during the break, you can talk about anything else, just not this case, okay? With that, State, if you could please read the indictment. Defense, please stand.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and is sworn as such in the July term AD 2023 of the 227th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment. Paragraph A. On or about the 24th day of July 2021, Daniel Garcia, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo with the hand of the defendant, striking Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo with the foot of the defendant, striking Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo against a hard surface, pushing Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo with the hand of the defendant, grabbing and throwing Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo with the hand of the defendant, striking Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and by manner and means unknown to the grand jury.
As to paragraph A, what is your plea? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Not guilty.
State, you may proceed.
Paragraph B. On or about the 24th day of July 2021, Daniel Garcia, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo by failing to seek adequate medical care for said child, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed foreman of the grand jury.
What is your plea to paragraph B? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
I will enter a plea of not guilty to paragraph A and B and make it part of the record. State, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please the court.
Okay, so now it's the state's opening statements. Nathan Maury is doing these statements. And so they just roll into it. They're just like, okay, I'd like to make it. You know, sometimes it's more like, are we ready for opening statements? But now it's like, okay, would you like to make up? Say yes. And then they go, you've got to pay attention. So off we go for the state's opening statements.
Thank you so much. I know last Friday was a long day for you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you all being here today for this case. And I'm going to apologize because over the next week or two, you're going to see and you're going to hear a lot of stuff that you're not going to like. This is probably going to be a hard case for you to hear evidence on. Because this case is about this man, Daniel Garcia, intentionally and knowingly inflicting serious bodily injury on a little boy, a 5-year-old little boy named Domenic Aguilar. You're also going to hear about another case, a case against a woman named Nickolle Aguilar. Nickolle Aguilar is Domenic's mother, and she was charged. You heard just now, we read 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph was about Daniel Garcia through an act causing serious bodily injury to Domenic. And the second paragraph was Daniel Garcia through an omission causing serious bodily injury to Domenic. Well, Nickolle was charged with just the latter. She was charged with omitting her duties as Dominic's mother. And as a result, while she stood by while this man beat her son, she didn't call the police. She didn't call for medical assistance. She didn't take the child to the hospital. And in lieu of that, she has agreed to plead guilty to that charge, and she has agreed to take up to a 15-year sentence in prison for her role in the abuse that had happened to little Domenic. And you're going to hear from her probably today. And you're going to hear that she initially did not come forth and she was not straightforward with police when they investigated this. And you'll probably hear that her story has changed some. And then you're going to hear what she takes an oath and what she swears to you today. And it'll be up to you to decide what the truth is. You're going to find out that Nickole met Daniel in Florida in late 2020. That they started seeing each other and they sort of, they moved in at some point. You're going to hear that Nickole has 2 kids, Domenic and a younger child named Ivani. You're going to hear Daniel has 2 kids too. A little girl named Daniela, who is a year younger than Domenic, and a young son named Alexander, who's about the same age as Ivani. And you're going to hear about how Daniel shares custody with his 2 kids with a woman in San Antonio named Samantha Perez. So Samantha Perez is Daniela's mother and Alexander's mother. And you're going to hear about how Daniel and Nickole agreed to move to San Antonio so that Daniel could be closer to Samantha so it would make sharing custody of their 2 kids easier. So they're going to get in the car and they're going to drive from Florida to San Antonio. And you're going to hear about them staying in a series of hotels here in San Antonio. And that's when Nickole's going to tell you Daniel began disciplining Domenic. He would strike him in the face and on his body with a closed fist. You're going to hear about how he would sometimes withhold food from Domenic. You're going to hear about how he would put Domenic in the corner or put him in the bathroom. They're going to stay at a series of 3 hotels. In the last hotel they stay at, police are able to find some surveillance footage. And you'll see this sort of Brady Bunch-like family go in and out of the hotel. You're going to notice one kid's different. Dominic's almost always wearing a mask over his face, even though most of the time none of the other family is. You'll see the video and you'll see them going in and out. You won't see any video of inside the hotel room. The only people who you're going to hear about from inside the hotel room are Nickole, and we hope you'll hear from Daniela. She was 4 years old at the time this happened, and now she's 7. You're going to hear that she initially didn't come forward with what she saw. You're also going to hear that she's recanted some of the things she said. This is Daniel's daughter who we're talking about. And I don't know she's a 7-year-old kid. I don't know ultimately what she's going to say. But what I think she's probably going to say is that Daniel was the one who was doing the beating. And then in her mind, in her 7-year mind, in her 7-year-old eyes, she didn't see Nickole do anything wrong.
I just want to quickly say that we're not going to see that testimony. Of course, they wouldn't stream that or, show that to the public because she's only 7 years old. But the defense only had one witness, and that was from what I could see, and it was a psychologist who was trying to debunk everything the little girl said. Which is pretty harsh, right? But saying that it sounds like the little girl was coached, probably by her dad. So just wanted to say that, and I'm not going to interrupt more of the opening statements here.
She's not going to understand something like a legal duty and a legal omission that can get you in trouble as a parent. But we hope you'll hear from her. You won't hear from the 2 younger children because they're too young to be witnesses. And you won't hear from Domenic. He will not be here. And that's because sometime around the evening of the 24th of July 2001 into the early morning of the 25th of July 2001, Domenic takes his last walk down the stairs of that hotel. And soon after, you're going to see the defendant carry Domenic back upstairs. And you're gonna hear how Domenic threw up out in the parking lot and how he was taken back upstairs. He was washed off in the shower. They looked at him, he was not conscious. He wasn't coming back to consciousness. You're gonna hear about him being in the bathroom. And then sometime the next day, they're gonna take Domenic's body and they're gonna put it in their car and they're gonna leave Texas and drive to Colorado. Somewhere outside the Denver area in the Rocky Mountains, Berthoud Pass on US 40. And they're somewhere up on the mountain pass in a wooded area. They're gonna take Domenic's body and push it down up the slope of the mountain into some bushes and trees. Because they know they can't take Domenic to medical care because it will be apparent what has been happening to him. And from there, Nickole and Daniel are going to get back in their car with Ivani. They've already dropped off Daniela and Alexander with their mother Samantha in San Antonio. And they're going to drive back to Texas and they're going to cross the border into Mexico. You'll hear that Daniel has a passport, but Nickole doesn't, so Nickole has to smuggle herself over the border. Daniel crosses legally. You're going to hear they go through Mexico, and then they get to Guatemala. Daniel has a passport, Daniel crosses, Nickole has to go through illegal means. And then Honduras, and finally they're going to get to Costa Rica. And you're going to hear Nickolle Aguilar was born in Costa Rica. That's where her father still lives today. And they're going to show up in Costa Rica in Daniel's car with his Florida license plate, with Ivani. And when they get to the family in Costa Rica, something's missing. And they start asking questions. Where's Domenic? Where's Domenic? And they start asking a lot of questions. And Daniel starts getting nervous. And at that point, Daniel flees again. And Nickole, a lot of questions are being asked by the State Department down there and an FBI agent stationed down there in the embassy. And finally, Nickole, well, she doesn't come completely clean, but she does agree to fly to the United States and go to Denver with FBI agents and a San Antonio police detective. And she takes them up to the mountain pass, and there they find Domenic's body. Now, at this point, this is a month later, where they find the body. And the body is beginning to decay. It's partially mummified, partially skeletonized. There's a lot of fly larvae that it's found with. And the FBI evidence recovery team, they take Domenic's remains, they sandwich it between two boards to try to get it up what is a kind of a technical mountain slope to climb back up. It's about a 45-degree angle, I believe. And they're going to take his body and they're going to send it off to the FBI, an FBI forensic anthropologist, because a regular medical examiner or pathologist is unable to determine what the cause of death was due to the advanced state of decay. That's basically saying that a regular autopsy cannot be done on Domenic. But that's not to say that the body doesn't speak at all. Because what the forensic anthropologist does is she takes Domenic's bones and she organizes them out, removes the bits of decaying flesh, and she looks at his bones, and she's going to find several fractures. Now, she's not going to be able to tell you exactly when the fractures occurred, but she will say that they are in various stages of healing. So that means that they occurred days to weeks prior to death, because they show signs that his body was trying to heal from the beatings he was taking. She will tell you that there was no evidence of what she will call perimortem fractures. Those are fractures inflicted at the time of death. The medical examiners will not be able to tell you exactly why Domenic died per their training. But once you've heard all the evidence, we believe it'll be clear. We have paragraph A and paragraph B. It's going to be one of two. Either he died because Daniel Garcia beat him hard to the point where his body could not take it anymore. And while he was beating him, and while Domenic was beginning to suffer, Daniel Garcia, who had assumed care, custody, of control of Domenic, because he's living with him, he's disciplining him, he's making decisions about when he can and can't eat, where he sleeps, that he had a legal obligation to get Domenic to medical treatment, and that he intentionally, knowingly failed to do that obligation, knowing that Domenic would suffer serious bodily injury because of it. And we will ask you to find that man guilty of first-degree injury to a child. Thank you.
Defense, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yeah, so they said that there were no peri-mortem injuries, so no injuries that they could find that caused the death. It's just, it's weeks of abuse that eventually led to Domenic's death. So I think that's why the state, instead of the murder charge, went with causing serious bodily injury to a child under the age of 14, so that they could get him the maximum sentence, because that's between 5 and 99 years or up to life in prison. I really hope he gets life in prison, and I hope she gets 15 years. Hers is a max of 15 years, 5 to 15 as well. Because if you look at the bottom range, imagine they both get 5 years. I'll be like really mad. Maximum, please. This is horrendous. Dr. Berry, nice to see you. You said, I think that is why they didn't go with murder charges. My heart breaks for little Domenic. Yes, and someone was asking, was he the only boy out of all the 4 children? It does seem so. By all the names they're saying and the little bit of surveillance we see, I do think so. How horrible. My goodness. Okay, so now let's go to the defense opening statements. The defense attorney likes to repeat herself, you know. It could get a little annoying, but she's doing her best to make impactful statements, but of course just blaming the mother. But I also cannot not blame the mother in this case. It's terrible. So here we go.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case is about actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. Throughout this trial, Nickolle Aguilar's actions will speak louder than words. You're going to hear evidence, specifically messages between Nickolle and Daniel in August of 20.
Sorry, lady, we're going to not interrupt in a moment. Carrie, you're right. When I look at the name, I wasn't sure if Alexandra was a boy or girl. So his children were Daniela and Alexandra, and her children, Domenic and Ivani. So one other boy, but that was his little boy, right? So Domenic was like his stepson. He took everything out on him. Yeah, Janet, we just had to take a deep breath for snark time. A little bit of snark. Also, for everyone asking, because every time I drink anything that's not water, then people are like, what are you drinking? Red Bull. That's why I'm drinking, because I think we have a long night ahead of us. And I say night because for me, it's 7:15 in the evening. We're going to watch 4 hours worth of footage, and then I here and there chip in, which adds on time, of course. And then hopefully, I'm hoping we'll be able to watch the Abulaban Verdict later, okay, and some body cam. Thank you all so much for being here. Please like and share so that others can find us as well as we watch this very sad case. Okay, today, day 1 and 2. Tomorrow, day 3, 4, 5, all in one, defluffed. And on Friday, we'll watch the closing arguments and verdict. So here we go. Defense's opening statements, Bridget Garza.
2021, a month after this alleged incident that the state of Texas is claiming that Daniel committed. These are messages that Nickolle is sending Daniel in August of 2021. She says, I love you. I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough to get smothered with it. I love you. I love you. I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough to get smothered with it. I love you. This message is coming from a woman who the state of Texas is alleging hurt her son. When they asked me about you, I said that you're a great man and father and that you care. When they asked me about you, I said that you're a great man and father and that you care. Messages to a man who she would believe that hurt her son? No way would she be sending those kind of messages to a man that she believed would hurt her son. I love you, baby, my love. I love you, baby, my love. August 20 of 21. This supposed incident happened July of 2021. I value what we have too, baby. I value what we have too, baby. I love you too. I love you too. She's not mad. She's not angry at Daniel. I love you too. Good night, baby, sweet dreams. Good night, baby, sweet dreams. She's not upset at him. She's not angry at him for hurting her son. I feel bad because you're not with me. I blame myself for that. I blame myself for that. I don't want you to leave me. I fucked up as a parent and I failed both of my children. I fucked up as a parent and I failed both of my children. She failed both of her children. She failed both of her children. She doesn't blame Daniel. She blames herself. These dates are August of 2021. Actions speak louder than words when it comes to Nickole. You're also going to hear testimony about Nickole's bad history as Domenic's parents. Since the day Domenic was born, Nickole consecutively canceled sick doctor's appointments for Domenic. Even if he needed care with the doctor, Nickole constantly canceled doctor's appointments. She was in a relationship with DJ, and that was a very violent relationship. And that violent relationship carried over with the kids. The violent was in front of the kids. You'll hear testimony about that. You'll also hear testimony when she was living in Florida. The Florida Department of Children and Family Services was notified because they found Domenic outside alone at the apartment complex where she was living in 2018. You'll also hear testimony that Nickole constantly smoked marijuana in front of her kids. Again, you will hear testimony from the Florida Department of Children and Family Services that they were notified because Domenic got a hold of a vape pen and smoked it in 2018. That same incident, the caseworker from Florida Department of Family and Children's Services made a notation that Nickole was always screaming at her children. You'll hear testimony that Domenic had open sores in his genitalia, in his groin, in his buttocks in 2019. Avani is Nickole's younger daughter. You'll hear testimony that Avani had continuous diaper rashes. She had lesions on her back, on her right leg, and she had continuous staph infections. You'll also hear testimony that both kids had continuous staph infections consecutively for 3 months in 2019. You'll also hear testimony that Domenic was potty trained, but for some reason in 2019 he regressed. You'll hear that Nickole was concerned about Domenic screaming, his temper tantrums, and how he was beginning to hurt others in 2019. Because of that, Nickole decided that he needed some type of mental health screening. So she sent him to get a mental health clinician screening in 2019. Around that time, you'll hear that Nickole seems to appear to be a bit overwhelmed. She starts getting overwhelmed with her finances, with the kids, with Domenic's issues. At school, the teachers are also concerned about Domenic's with his language development or the lack of his language development. It appears to be that he's in the second percentile with his language development in 2020. As a result, they refer him to get tested. He gets tested, and Domenic is diagnosed with severe receptive expressive language disorder. They recommend Nickole to take Daniel to language therapy twice a week. And it looks like in the hotel room in July of 2021, it comes to a blow. At the hotel room, Nickole is frustrated, she's angry. You'll hear testimony where she spanks Domenic so many times, so hard that her hand hurt, and she just feels anger all over. You'll hear testimony about another incident of Nickole's anger issues. You'll hear about a conversation that she's having with her mother, Surly. Surly appears to be allowing DJ see Avani. DJ is Nickole's ex-husband, and Avani is her daughter, and she's not liking the idea that DJ is having access to Avani, and so I quote you. She tells Surly, like, fuck, bro, she's a fucking baby. You want to fucking go murder somebody? Go do it. Fuck her dad up. She doesn't want Surly to allow DJ to see Avani. Her mom tries to calm her down. She tells her, Surly tells Nickole to not fight anymore in jail and to try to control herself a little more. Nickole's anger issues. Perfect example of who the real Nickolle Aguilar is. Actions speak louder than words. You'll also hear from Daniela. The state of Texas mentioned that Daniela is going to come in and testify. She is Daniel Garcia's daughter. She was 4 years old at the time this incident occurred. What you will hear from Daniela, that on April 10th of 2024, Daniela tells the assistant district attorney that she lied about seeing Daniel throw Domenic on the floor. On April 10th of 24, Daniela tells the assistant district attorney that she lied about kneeing Domenic on the bed. You will hear testimony that Daniela, on May 17th of 24, Daniela now says she does not remember how Daniel hurt Domenic. You will hear testimony that Daniela's memory is unreliable, it's vulnerable to suggestibility, and she's a victim of being coached. At the time Daniela was only 4 years old. Time has lapsed. She is now 7 years old. Actions speak louder than words. On March 16th of 20, you will hear testimony that Daniela states she misses her dad when he's gone. On August 23rd of 21, they asked Daniela, who are her safe people? And she says, my mom, my dad, and my cousin. In the year 21, Daniela says she's worried about not seeing her dad again. Daniela says she wants to call her Grammy to know if her dad is okay. When they asked Daniela, what happens if she breaks the rules? She gets put in timeout by mom and dad if she breaks the rules. That happened on September 3rd of 2021 when they asked her that question. They asked her, when you're at your dad's house, who hits you? Her response was, the only person that hits me is my brother. August 23 of 21. You'll hear testimony that Daniela has a problem with excessive lying, September 8th of 21. You'll hear testimony that Daniela has no reports, no negative reports at school. She has no behavioral problems from the years of 2021 through 2024. Most importantly, on April 10th of 24, she recanted. She lied. She came to the DA's office. She told the ADA she did not see Daniel hit Domenic. On May 17th, 24, last week, she said that when she was at the hotel, her and Domenic were playing tag and they were running up and down the stairs playing tag. Last week, May 17th, she also said when they were at the hotel, they were playing on the water park and they were eating pizza with Domenic. You'll hear all of that information, testimony about Daniela's words. Nickolle turns on Daniel to get a 15-year deal. Nickolle Aguilar will do anything to save her own skin. She has lied to get the deal she wants. She has to do anything to save herself. Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. On April 25th, 24, you will hear her testimony. You will hear Nickolle Aguilar. While she was conferring with the ADA to secure her 15-year deal, to secure that 15-year deal, Nickolle said to the prosecutor, she said the prosecutor was frustrated because of her answers, and the ADA thought Nickolle was lying. She tried lying and she fixed the answers. Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, throughout this trial, watch and listen to Nickolle Aguilar. Watch and listen to Nickolle Aguilar's actions. Watch and listen to Nickolle Aguilar's words. You will be the judge of Nickolle Aguilar. You will understand that her actions speak louder than her words. At the end of the trial, we will ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Call your first witness.
Just remember, guys, actions speak louder than words. Words also don't have to be shouted. You guys are so funny. Your comments were very entertaining. I have a typo here. Actually, they'll be the judge of Daniel Garcia. You will be the judge of Nickolle Aguilar. No, the entire trial is to judge this guy right here. He's the one on trial. Nickole's got the plea deal, remember? 5 to 15 years sentence. She's going to be sentenced on June 7th. Yeah, we're going to be judging this guy. That's what the jury is doing today. They're deliberating if this guy is guilty or not guilty. Okay, catastrophe. Okay, so pop quiz. What speaks louder than words? Yeah, okay, so there wasn't a glitch. She was literally repeating her sentences. Okay, so here we go. With this defluff, the first two witnesses, you know how sometimes there'll be an expert that comes in to just say how, cell phone towers work, or the pinging, or the cast team, or, oh, hi, I'm an FBI agent, I worked on the case, but then they don't actually tell us any information yet, maybe later. Yeah, those are just defluffed out, because the first two witnesses here, while they are experts in their field, they didn't really have any information to add for us, okay? The trial's already obviously pretty much over. So we are skipping to where we can actually gather some information about this case, right? So I think right now it's going to be the mother. Let's see.
Danielle Maldonado.
Wait for it. This guy. He takes notes the whole time. Here you go.
They called Nicole.
Okay, so Nickolle Aguilar, Dominic's mother, is on for a great portion of today's footage that I have here for you. We are now 31 minutes in. We've got 3 hours and 49 minutes worth of trial footage for the day. So a lot of today is going to be the mother on the stand. So this, if you're not yet dressed for the day, this is when you put your snarky pants on. Because what this mother did, in my opinion, is unforgivable. It's so bad. She's there, like Caleb Montgomery was, to tell the truth because she's got a plea deal. So at least we're getting the information, but it's really not good. It's not nice information at all, right? Okay, so here we go.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
My name is Nickolle Aguilar. It's
Pause. By the way, the full trial, if you want to see some of those other witnesses, like the two I just mentioned that were just really offering their credentials and not information yet, would be on KSAT 12. Okay, so you could see the raw footage there with all the fluff in, if you want to. All right. Okay. Donna says, is she like this throughout the case? Do you know? We don't see her too much throughout the case, actually. Let's keep going.
spelled Nickolle, last name Aguilar.
Where are you from?
I'm from Costa Rica, Alajuela.
When did you come to the United States?
When I was about 4 years old, I moved with my family to Florida.
What's your mom's name?
My mother's name is Girly Acevedo. Do you want me to spell it?
Where does she live?
She lives in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you have kids?
Yes, I do.
How many do you have?
I have 3.
What are their names?
Domenic Patrick Aguilar, Avani Marie Aguilar, Abigail Maria Aguilar.
You're currently in a red jumpsuit,
Yes, I am.
and you have handcuffs on?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
Because since August 28th of 2021, I have been incarcerated.
Have you pled recently?
Yes, I pled guilty to injury to a child by omission.
And is there an agreement in place?
The agreement is that I testify truthfully about what happened, and I will get a sentence between 5 to 15 years.
What's your date of birth?
August 8th, 1996.
And so we talked about that you have, or had Domenic.
Yes.
Avani?
Yes.
And what was Dominic's date of birth?
Dominic's date of birth is was December 4th, 2015.
And Avani?
Avani's is September 22nd, 2017.
Who was Dominic's father?
Jeremy Jarvis,
And Avani?
David John Igualar.
And do you refer to David as DJ?
Yes, I do.
And after Avani was born, who did you live with?
I lived with my mom and my stepdad and my 2 siblings.
And was DJ in your life?
In and out, yes.
Was DJ on Dominic's birth certificate,
Yes, he was.
even though he wasn't the biological father?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 8, State's Exhibit 9. This is State's Exhibit 8 and State's Exhibit 9. What's State's Exhibit 8?
This one?
Yes.
That's me and Domenic and Avani at Disney.
When was that picture taken?
June 5th,
Of what year?
2021.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of yourself,
And she smiles. She smiles when she says it. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Avani and Domenic Aguilar?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. What is that?
That's Domenic smiling.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Domenic?
Yes.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8 and State's Exhibit 9. There it is. So, do you know a person by the name of Daniel Garcia?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue button down, sitting next to over there.
Does the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant in court?
The record will so reflect.
When did you first meet Daniel?
I met him.
Yes.
So when did you first meet Daniel?
I met him on around October, mid-October, online through a Facebook dating app.
Okay. Did you guys begin to hang out?
Yes, we met up on the 16th of October, and then after that we continued to meet up and hang out.
Did you learn that Daniel had kids himself?
Yes, I did.
And did you know the names of those kids?
Yes, I did.
And what were those names?
Daniela and Alexander.
When did you first meet Daniela and Alexander?
Sometime after February
Of what year?
of 2021.
Okay. And what about your children? When did Daniel first meet them?
Shortly after I met his children.
At around January of 2021, did you take a trip to Colorado with some friends?
Yes, I did.
What did you do over there?
We hung out. I saw them skiing and sightseeing.
Did you talk to your kids while you were there?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you talk to?
I talked to the both of them through FaceTime.
And then when you got back, did you and Daniel start hanging out more?
Yes, we did.
And then were there times that all the kids would hang out together.
Yes.
And could you explain to the jury where they would hang out at?
There's a park 5 minutes from the apartment complex where my mother lives, so we would take them to the park. There's a pool at the apartment complex, so we would do pool days as well. And there's a nice big patch of grass right outside the stairs where I live, so sometimes they would just not sit, but play around in the grass.
Did you, would y'all go camping or on picnics?
We went camping once, yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the day.
Do you remember if that was in 2021?
Yes, it was.
And who went on that camping trip?
It was me, Daniel, and the 4 kids.
Which would be who?
Domenic, Ivani, Daniela, and Alexander.
So could you explain to the jury, in April of 2021, was there a time that yourself and all the kids were with Daniel at a pool?
Yes.
And did Domenic do anything to Daniela?
He spit water at her, and I took him out of the pool and had him sit with me afterwards.
And that time in April, did you then yourself, Domenic, go and stay with Daniel?
Yes.
And where did you stay at?
We stayed at his mother's house for a week.
How long did you stay there?
For a week.
Was that overnight?
Yes.
And at the time, were you working?
Yes, I was.
Where did you work at?
I worked at California Pizza Kitchen in Boca Raton.
Were there times, again, this is during COVID, was Domenic in school?
No, he was not.
So while you were at work and you were staying at Daniel's place, where did Domenic stay?
He stayed at Daniel's.
With who?
With Daniel and Alexander and Daniela.
And what about Ivani?
Ivani was at my house. She stayed with my mom and my stepdad.
And then so after work, would you arrive at Daniel's mother's house and stay there the night?
Yeah, after work, Daniel would pick me up and we would head back to his house.
May I approach this?
Go ahead.
May I approach the court?
Yes.
With counsel. During your relationship with the defendant, Daniel Garcia, was there, especially early on, was there a discussion about a philosophy regarding discipline of children?
No, he disciplined his children and I disciplined mine. It wasn't until sometime after the kids got introduced that he would state that I wasn't disciplining them efficiently.
So then you just let him take over. Just let him take over and discipline. KJ had asked, remind me who else worked at the pizza place on another case. Adam Montgomery worked at that Portland Pie Company, right? Kayla worked at Portland Pie for Adam. These two remind me so much of Adam and Kayla. Wasn't it Kayla that worked at a pizza place too? Anyway. Yes, thank you all for being here. Can you believe her? She's just like, oh, and then so I would discipline them, my kids, but then I just let him since the kids were introduced to each other. Oh wow. Okay.
And did he, in April of 2021, after the pool incident, did he physically discipline Domenic?
Yes.
In what way?
He spanked him in his butt.
How?
He wasn't just like that, like really hard, to the point where Domenic had bruises.
did it then progress in April of 21 to other types of physical contact?
No, it wasn't after we got here to San Antonio.
Do you know who the mother of Daniela and Alexander is?
I know of her, yes.
Okay. What's her name?
Samantha
Samantha what?
Perez.
Okay. And at the time that you were in a relationship with the defendant, Daniel Garcia, in April of 21, where did Daniela and Alexander and Samantha live?
To my knowledge, in San Antonio.
Object to hearsay and lack of personal knowledge.
Does the person ask if she knows where they live?
Do you know where they lived?
Yes, in San Antonio.
Okay.
Over.
During that time in April, was there a discussion between yourself and the defendant about moving to San Antonio, moving to Texas?
Yes.
And what was that about?
He was going through a custody battle with Samantha, and he told me.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Was there a plan to move to San Antonio?
Yes.
And when did you first learn about the defendant's plan to move to San Antonio?
Maybe around May.
Okay. And around that time in May of 2021, was it communicated to you that you should move with him?
Yes.
And when that was communicated to you, who else was going to move with you?
Domenic and Ivani.
Okay. And what was the plan as far as residing together? As far as bills or things like that?
That we would split the bills. We would find a place that was big enough for all of us, including me, Daniel, and Domenic, Ivani, Daniela, and Alexander. We would find a place big enough and split the bills, and that's it.
So in late June to early July of 2021, did you, the defendant, Ivani, and Domenic make the trip to San Antonio?
Yes.
And at that time that you made that trip, was the intent to move and reside in San Antonio?
Yes.
So when you came to San Antonio, the four of you, where did you first stay?
At hotels.
And when you stayed at these hotels, would Samantha's children, Daniel's children also, Alexander and Daniela, would they come over?
Yes.
How often?
I don't know exactly.
Would they stay the night?
Yes, they would.
And so how many different hotels did you stay at while you were with the defendant in San Antonio?
About 3.
So let's talk about, well, before we get to the first hotel, did Daniel start, when you came to Texas, did his disciplining or his physical discipline of Domenic begin to escalate?
Yes.
And what types of things would Domenic do that would then make the defendant physically disciplined?
He wouldn't answer right away, keep quiet, not eat his food fast enough. One time he pooped himself.
Can you believe it? A 5-year-old would keep quiet, not answer fast enough, not eat his food fast enough. Any reason, really, to abuse that poor 5-year-old boy. You know? And then they're saying, and one time he pooped himself. Yeah, sounds a lot like Harmony's case. They're literally terrified. as they should be. If you missed the opening statements, they said that, and they're going to show some surveillance footage of them walking up and down the stairs in this extended stay hotel, where you can see the kids as well. But Domenic had a mask over his face, and the other kids didn't, and they asked why. Because the man on trial, he allegedly hit Domenic's jaw so hard it was, like, not straight. And they wanted to hide that with a mask. That's what they did, just put a mask on it. Damn.
And so let's talk about the first hotel. What type of punishment at that first hotel would Daniel do to Domenic?
Make him take really cold showers and spank him and punch him in the butt.
Describe to me punching in the butt.
Like closed fist in the butt. Just like that.
How many times?
I don't know the specific number.
Was that in front of you?
Yes.
And so what about Domenic? Would he cry or would he yell? Would he scream?
He would make noises, like muffled sounds because
Why was his sound muffled?
Because Daniel had him on the bed facing down, and so it would sound muffled. It would come out muffled.
So the jury can understand Daniel would put his hand on Domenic's head to force his head down into the bed?
On his head or on his shoulder, like his back.
And then with the other hand, what was he doing?
He would punch him.
What about grabbing Domenic? How would he grab Domenic?
He would grab Domenic by the shoulders and shake him hard.
And was that just at random, or was that for physical discipline? What was he doing that? When was he doing that?
He was doing it during the times that he was physically disciplining him.
You know, when I listened to that the first time, when I heard that, when he was physically disciplining him, she's still saying it to this day. Because right now, when he was physically abusing him is the correct term. But she's like, yeah, he was doing that when he was physically disciplining him. Horrible.
So then you go to a second hotel.
Yes.
Before you begin on the second hotel, let's go ahead and break for lunch. It's 12:30.
Before we go back into the hotel, when you made the decision to move down to Texas, how old were you?
I was 24.
And at that time, did you want to be out on your own?
Yes, I did.
And what were your thoughts about if you had to move back home?
I dreaded moving back home. I was having issues with family, so I didn't want to go back home.
So we discussed hotel number 1, and that was here in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
San Antonio?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you talked about was that if Domenic didn't eat fast enough, what would happen?
He would get in trouble.
And you briefly mentioned about cold shower? What was
Yes. That was one of the disciplines that he would use was Domenic did not like cold showers, so he would use cold showers as a discipline.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Daniel Garcia.
And how would Daniel Garcia get Domenic into the shower?
He would get him down to his boxers and stick him in the shower and turn on the water.
Would Daniel Garcia then ask Domenic to say something in response?
He would wait a little bit and then pull him out or turn off the water and ask him the question. And if he didn't give the answer that he wanted, then he would do it again.
What question would he ask him?
I don't remember.
The way she even says that he would like stick him in the shower and then he would just pull him out. I mean, and she just says it with no emotion. And she just let all this happen. Like, what? Isn't this is a lot. I just can't believe how this mother, I mean, it's hard to even call her a mother, allows all of this. And then the answer is, why did you allow it? I was just eager to be with a man. What? Sorry, what now? Okay, then.
So we go to the second hotel. Did things escalate at the second hotel?
Yes, they did.
What happened at the second hotel?
It was the same of the first hotel. He wasn't answering fast enough or eating fast enough, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but at some point Daniel hit him in the jaw.
What do you mean hit him in the jaw?
He punched him in the jaw like you sucker punch somebody, close fist, like that.
Did you hear it?
It was so fast, I saw it, I didn't hear it.
Did you say anything to Daniel?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I got mad at him. I got in his face. I told him, what the hell?
Didn't that just sound so sincere? She got mad at him for punching Domenic in the face to the point where his jaw was no longer aligned, and they just put a mask over it for the rest of the time. Until he died from all the abuse, by the way. But she's like, well, what I got in his face. And I'm like, what the hell? And then what? Did you make out or what? Huh? My goodness. If anyone's only joining now, you can see some clues on the screen of when this little boy died. You can watch the raw, how can I call it? This is defluffed footage, right? They've cut out all the breaks and things like that. If you want to watch the raw footage, KSAT12 has it. And Nickolle Aguilar is Domenic's mother. I'm going to say in air quotes as well. And this is now the state's case, and this is direct examination. Okay. Whew, okay. So Kelly says, I can't do it too hard on my heart. This case will be hard. Very, very difficult for many people. It's difficult for me too. The only thing that I could say is this case we'll get through it within 3 days. Today, tomorrow, and Friday. And then we're done with the whole trial because I'm defluffing it for you, putting day 1 and 2 together today, day 3, 4, and 5 tomorrow, and then we'll watch the closing arguments and the verdict on Friday. They should have a verdict today. They're busy deliberating right now as we speak. Okay, so we're 53 minutes in. We've got 3 hours and 49 worth of footage today.
At this second hotel, would Daniel Garcia hit Domenic on other occasions?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how?
Like I said, if he wasn't eating fast enough, he would put him in timeout for several hours throughout the day and pull him out, ask him questions. If he didn't answer the right way or to the manner that Daniel wanted the answer, he would put him back in timeout. He would lay him on the bed and hold him down and punch him.
Punch him where?
On his butt.
Did he ever punch him in his chest?
Yes.
How would he punch him in his chest?
He would have him standing in front of him and just punch him in the chest, like right here.
And those
She's just taking
strikes,
notes.
Was that open hand or
It was closed hand.
so like a punch?
Yes.
What would Daniel tell you if you tried to intervene?
He would tell me not to undermine him while he was disciplining because it made me and him look weak. When I say him, I mean Daniel.
At that second hotel, do you recall?
Okay, whoa. So he is saying Daniel Garcia is the guy on trial, right? This woman took a plea deal to testify against him. So she's going to be sentenced on June 7th. She's facing between 5 and 15 years in prison. He, based on the charges he's facing, which is causing serious bodily injury to a child, is facing 5 to 99 years up to life in prison. So let's see what happens there. As I say, the jury's busy deliberating as we're watching this now. We'll be all caught up with everything. The trial will be done, of course, then today. And I would assume if they come back with a verdict today, we'll be watching till Friday. But when she's like, he said that she mustn't intervene when he's busy disciplining the children because it makes him look weak. He is weak for beating a 5-year-old boy. Like, you are an absolute maggot, spineless creature. I don't even know, excuse for a human. Like, does he think it's strength to beat a child? What the hell? I mean, he was 27 years old at the time. Nickole was 25-ish. Like, this guy, oh my word. And you see there, the whole time, he's almost smirking throughout the trial, and he's just taking notes. What is he writing down? Are we going to get Krzyzewski-type letters or what?
Daniel fighting Dominic.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Daniel was shoving his fingers in Dominic's mouth, and Dominic instinctively bit him. And so he turned around and grabbed him in the arm and bit him right back.
Did that leave a mark?
Yes, it did.
So, talk to me about, or explain to the jury the first time that you saw Daniel Garcia punch Dominic in the face. What did Dominic do after that punch?
He just lay there. Sorry. He just lay there after he got punched. I didn't see it coming. I don't know what provoked it. I was on the bed with the other kids, and I don't remember what happened. It happened so fast. He just got punched in the face.
Okay, Margaret says everyone has a different personality and reacts differently to things. Also, this happened in 2021. Why are folks so upset that she speaks without emotion? Because of what she allowed? Because her child died with her boyfriend, who she was so eager to be with, doing what he did. And normally, in cases, even if it's 10 years later, we see emotion. Now, everyone is different, but this is a cold, heartless, cruel mother, again in air quotes. So I can understand why people are upset. I'm upset. There's some emotion here, some. But I mean, damn, you can see how absolutely distant she is, and you'll see from surveillance footage later that they show us she doesn't care, turns a blind eye. Literally, trigger warning. When Daniel Garcia had beaten this little boy, and he was puking up a dark brown substance, which would be blood, they'd all walked down to the car, and Dominic was struggling, When they got to the car, he was puking. So Daniel Garcia, this woman was in the car, right, with the 3 other kids. And Daniel Garcia looked at this little boy and said, "Oh, no, he's vomiting. I want to take him upstairs." Took him upstairs, came back down without him, and they went somewhere. Can't remember where, but they went somewhere. So this mother didn't think like, I wonder where my son is now. You know where he was? Daniel left him in a bathtub, unconscious. He died alone in a bathtub from all the injuries from being severely beaten. So that's why. Oh man, I'm sure she's on some sort of medication to numb her, but still, we're allowed to be upset. Okay.
So during this time, your mother, what's her name?
Shirley.
Shirley. She's still living in Florida?
Yes.
Would she call and check up on you?
Yes, she would.
And would she be able to talk to you and the kids?
No,
Why not?
because Daniel would make me wait and take the kids. He would take Domenic, Daniela, and Alexander downstairs and then be like, all right, you can pick up the phone now.
In evidence, State's Exhibit 5 is a surveillance video of hotel number 3. Do you remember hotel number 3?
Yes, I do.
And in that video, Domenic is shown and he's wearing a mask. Why is he wearing a mask?
Because of his jaw.
What was wrong with his jaw?
It was slanted a little bit, so he had the face mask on so people wouldn't notice his face.
At the third hotel, do you recall at any point if Daniel Garcia put his knee on Dominic's chest?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how and when that happened.
He laid him on the bed and put his knee on him with all his weight. Just like you could see it, like he made like a scene of it, like just kind of looked like he was bouncing on top of him to put all his weight on Domenic.
Was Domenic allowed to sleep on the bed?
No, he was not,
Why not?
because he was in timeout. So
Dawn says, how many kids does she have and were they all his children? No, 2 were her children, 2 were his. So he had a son and daughter, and she also had a son and daughter. And he was abusing her son, who was 5 years old at the time. Man.
bed was considered a privilege.
And so you were there at the Hotel 3 for a few days. Where did Domenic sleep?
He slept on the floor next to the bed.
Where did you sleep?
I slept on the bed.
Did he have a pillow?
Yes.
A blanket?
Yes.
But he was never allowed to be on the bed.
No, he was, as long as he was in timeout, he was not allowed on the bed.
And so did Domenic ever try to get on the bed?
Not in hotel number 3.
What about hotel number 2?
Yes.
And what happened when he got on the bed?
Daniel pushed him off the bed with his foot.
And in hotel 3, did Daniel ever kick him or use his feet against Daniel?
Not that I recall. I don't remember.
Were there times that Domenic was left in the hotel room by himself?
Yes.
Where would he be?
He would be in the bathroom.
Was he allowed to leave the bathroom?
No, he was not.
I have State's Exhibit 5 on the monitor, and I'm going to go to July 20th, 2021, 3:43. Do you see what's on the monitor?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to pause it right here at 3:44. Do you see everybody at this screen?
Yes, I do.
Who's on the screen?
It's Daniel, Domenic, myself, Alexander, Ivani, and Daniela.
Okay. And so the child coming up the stairs, who's that? The first one?
The first one is Daniela.
Okay. And then the child all the way at the bottom?
That's Domenic.
Okay. I'm gonna play it.
Trigger warning. Okay, this is Domenic here. And there's a few clips that they show us of the surveillance footage at various times. And then he's like holding on the railing, trying to, climb up these stairs and... Shame, man. Okay, there's a dog there too, did you see?
I'm going to fast forward it, Your Honor, to July 22nd, 2021 at 1:37 in the morning. I'm playing it. Who do we see on the screen right now?
Daniel and Domenic.
And it's just them two?
Yes.
And this is 1:37 in the morning? Now it's 1:42 in the morning. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniel.
1:42 in the morning with a 5-year-old. Like, what is he doing?
Daniel and Domenic.
Is it just them two?
Yes.
What do you notice about Dominic's left hand right now? What's it holding?
He's holding his leg.
I'm going to fast forward to
a lot of people are asking if, I'm just going to say it for YouTube, drugs, substances were involved. I didn't hear of much. I was also waiting, just from what I've heard. I haven't listened to every single second of the trial, but just while editing and things, I'm trying to listen out if there was. I mean, I would assume there would be, one would hope, because sober, imagine being sober and this evil. I'm just saying, you get it, but it's like, you can't believe it. So I'm not 100% sure if, like, how much drugs and alcohol would be involved or not. Hopefully we'll hear and learn throughout the trial, but terrible here.
July 24th at 11:10 in the morning. All right, I'm playing it. July 24th. It's 11:09 in the morning. Now it's 11:10. Who do we see on the screen?
Me and my daughter Ivani.
I'm gonna pause it. At 11:11, you make a gesture. What gesture was that?
I was flicking him off. I was flicking off Daniel.
Okay. And so coming down the stairs, who do we see?
Daniel holding Daniela, and then Alexander following behind.
Okay. I'm gonna play it. It's 11:11. It's 11:38. Y'all leave the stairwell. Who's missing?
Domenic.
Where was Domenic?
Upstairs.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna fast forward it to July 24th, 11:59 a.m. Who do we see on the screen?
Me, Ivani, Daniela, Alexander, and Daniel.
been about 50 minutes since y'all were gone, give or take a few minutes. Who's missing?
Domenic.
Was Domenic still in the hotel room?
Yes.
I'm going to fast forward it. July 24th, we're going to go all the way to 6:38 p.m. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniela, Ivani, Alexander, Daniel, and then me.
Who's missing?
Domenic.
Where's Domenic?
Upstairs.
Where?
In the bathroom.
Go to 7:01 on July 24th. Who do we see?
Me and Ivani.
Is it just y'all two?
Yes.
Where are you going?
Upstairs.
Upstairs where?
To the hotel room.
Who's in the hotel room?
Domenic.
Did you see someone who just peeked out?
Yes.
Who's that?
Daniel.
Who do we see?
Me and Ivani.
Where's Domenic?
Still upstairs.
Just fast forward it to 8:05 p.m. July 24th. Who we seeing?
Daniela, Ivani, Alexander, myself, and Daniel.
Where's Domenic?
Upstairs in the room.
Let's fast forward it to 9:22 p.m.
Just remember, this is all the surveillance is from the day that Domenic died. So he was in the bathtub, unconscious, this whole time. From everything I understand, they're going to talk more about it in the timeline after, but that's quite scary to think of them going up and down the stairs with the kids, and they look so casual. Meanwhile, this 5-year-old little boy has died or is dying in the bathroom alone.
July 24th. I'm playing it. Who do we see?
Me, Ivani, and Daniela. And then Daniel and Alexander.
Where's Domenic?
Still upstairs.
Fast forward it to 9:55. Who do we see?
Daniela, Ivani, me, Alexander, and Daniel.
What's Daniel carrying?
A box of pizza.
How many?
2.
What about in your arm? What are you carrying?
Soda.
Okay. So you go into the room. Is that where you're going?
Yes.
And is Dominic in the room?
Yes.
Did y'all eat?
Yes.
Did you eat?
Yes.
What did you eat?
Pizza.
What about Dominic?
No.
Why?
He wasn't allowed to eat.
What do you mean he wasn't allowed to eat?
Okay, so this is the day he died. So this up and down, he's in the bathroom, locked in the bathroom is what she said. So now they're getting pizza, but Dominic is not allowed to have any. So I don't know, you know, is he like, I don't know the state of him at that moment, but oh my goodness.
It was one of the ways that Daniel would punish him.
When did he, I guess that punishment of not being allowed to eat, when did that start?
That started in hotel number 1.
So hotel number 1, Daniel says he's in trouble, so he's not allowed to eat.
Yes.
Hotel number 2, what did he eat?
He was eating when he wasn't in trouble, but when he wasn't allowed to eat.
And asked what was he eating?
Oh, the same thing that we were eating or whatever was in the room.
So over here in hotel 3, what was he eating?
Whatever was in the room. Cereal, mainly.
But this night,
There was pizza.
was he allowed to eat that pizza?
No, he was not.
Did he ask for it?
I don't remember.
But you ate.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna fast forward it to July 25th. (12:11 a.m.) Who do we see?
Avani, Alexander, Daniela, myself.
Let's stop real quick. Rewind it a little bit.
Okay.
So, who's this person?
Avani.
What's she wearing?
She's wearing little shorts and a t-shirt.
And this is July 25th, 2021, and this was in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. So she's wearing shorts, a t-shirt. Okay. I'm gonna play it. To the far, I guess, left of the screen, or if you were looking at the screen, to the right of the screen, we see a young female child. Is that Daniela?
Yes, it is.
What's she wearing?
She's wearing a t-shirt as well with shorts.
Okay. And so let's go back to Avani. Does she have anything on her face?
No, she does not.
What about Daniela? Does she have anything on her face?
No, she does not.
And then we see a little boy. Is that Alexander?
Yes, it is.
What's he wearing?
He's wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
Does he have anything covering his face?
No, he doesn't.
Is that you holding Daniela's hand?
Yes, it is.
Who's that?
That's Daniel and Dominic.
What's Dominic wearing?
He's wearing his hoodie, a face mask, and long pajama bottoms.
Come on, play it.
Again, trigger warning, it is up here.
About 12:12 in the morning, and y'all walk out the exit. We keep it playing. Who's that?
That's Daniel with Domenic.
That's 12:16. So it's been about 4 minutes since you exited. What happened in the parking lot?
I was strapping the kids up in the car seats, and Domenic was last. He was closest to my door, and he started throwing up. Daniel said, "Oh shit, he's throwing up. I'm gonna take him upstairs." So he took him upstairs.
So it's 12:16 in the morning. So I'm gonna fast forward to 12:32 in the morning. So from 12:16 to 12:32 in the morning, it's been that's 16 minutes. What were you doing?
I was waiting for them to get back. I was in the car with the rest of the kids.
What were you doing? Were you on your phone? What were you
Yes,
doing?
I was on my phone on social media, scrolling through.
Gonna play it?
You know, based on all the surveillance that you've just shown, I mean, it's clocked over to the next day, if I'm not mistaken. So even though the media, a lot of these articles say he died on July 24th, I think it was actually clocked over to the 25th. So I'm going to update my little banner here and say he died on July 25th. The only other place I could find that date was on Find a Grave. There they say 25th of July of 2021. So we're updating this information now. Okay. It's a difficult listen, huh? Thank you so much all for being here. I really appreciate it. Remember, if you like and share, it's not because you like the topic. The topic is horrendous. It's because you want to share the information, or you like the way that I present true crime, those types of things. Okay. We're 1 hour 16 into our footage of 3 hours and 49 for today.
Who's that?
That's Daniel.
I'm gonna rewind it a little bit. It's at 12:32:31. Who do we see?
Daniel Garcia.
And do you notice, what do you notice about his pants?
They're wet.
Did you later find out why they were wet?
Yes,
Why?
because when he was upstairs with Domenic, he put Domenic in the shower.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
So let's just recap from there as we watch this unfold. Okay, so thank you, Janet. You say very well defluffed. Oh, thank you so much. So they just showed us surveillance footage from the day throughout July 24th of 2021. And you could see that all the kids were going up and down the stairs, and eventually, as in all the kids, the other three. It was Nickole, Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia is the one on trial. It was her boyfriend at the time. He had 2 kids, and she had 2 kids. So it's like a combined family here living at this extended stay hotel in San Antonio, Texas. So on the 24th, Domenic was already punished, abused that day, and locked in the bathroom while they were going up and down the stairs, because that's what the mother said, right? But then late at night, you see Daniel Garcia coming down the stairs in the middle of the night, and Dominic's got a face mask on and a hoodie and everything. Now that face mask is because he got punched so hard in the jaw that his jaw was not aligned. So that was like coming down the stairs. And then later, as it clocks over to the next day, now we're on July 25th of 2021. There, they didn't show us some of this footage of them going down. But apparently they went down the stairs. Domenic was with them. They got to the car and Domenic was vomiting. And so Daniel said, like basically Nickole was staying in the car with the 3 other kids. And you're going to be shocked in a moment because she says she was just scrolling social media. Whew. The defense grills her a little bit on that. Not to give spoilers, I'm just letting you know what's coming up a little bit. So there are some moments in this trial when you're like, yes. And I haven't watched every single second, as I say. I've just edited this for you so that I can defluff it for you so that we can watch this in a concise way without all the breaks and everything, right? So on the 25th, when he's vomiting in the car, then Daniel says, okay, I'm going to take him upstairs. So then he takes Domenic upstairs, and that is when he leaves him alone in a bathtub. Because when they come back later from wherever they go back upstairs and they ask Nickole, and when you walked in, what did you see? And she'll see Domenic in the bathtub, unconscious. I mean, after that, he dies. And they then decide, okay, we're checking out early. They'd actually booked this extended stay hotel for quite a few months. They're checking out early, and off they go to Colorado to go camping with all the kids. She wants to show all the kids, the snow and beautiful Colorado, and at the same time, put her 5-year-old son's body somewhere beautiful, she says. But she didn't bury him. She literally rolled him down a ravine. Then her and Daniel threw water bottles at his body so that it could roll a little more and be concealed. And when that didn't work, Daniel lowered himself to then move the body. So we're going to hear a lot of that. But just to correct that timeline, because everywhere I've looked, I just saw it reported that he died on the 24th, but it's not. If we listen very carefully to these timestamps of the surveillance footage, because they show lots of clips, he died on the 25th of July of 2021 at the age of 5. If you missed the beginning, Domenic loved Batman, Spider-Man, Jurassic Park. He loved animals. Shame, man. This poor little boy. My goodness. Okay, so here we go.
I'm gonna stop it right there, 12:33. Who do we see?
Me,
Okay. What do you hold in your hand?
my phone.
What do you do with the phone?
I pass it to Daniel.
Why?
I don't know.
Did Daniel then start using your phone?
Yes, he did.
Would he call his mother from that phone?
Yes, he would.
Would he communicate with Samantha from that phone?
Yes, he would.
Do you remember what your phone number was?
954-683-0208.
If you're wondering who Samantha is, Samantha is the mother of Daniel's 2 children. Okay. So also Sicily, New York said the kids a cash cow. That's why they keep them. Yep. And sadly, we've seen that in a few cases. Yep.
That's 12:33, 12:34. Where are y'all going?
We are going upstairs.
Going upstairs where?
Going upstairs to the hotel room.
What did you see when you got into the hotel room?
I walked into the hotel room, into the bathroom, and Domenic was laying in the bathtub unconscious.
Do you remember how long you stayed in that hotel room before you left?
No, I do not.
My first shift?
Yes.
So that was about 12:33, 12:44. I'm gonna fast forward it to one in the morning. 1:01 in the morning. Who's that came down the stairs?
That's Daniela.
Who do we see?
Me and Ivani.
What are you doing with your hand?
I was rubbing my head.
Who else do we see?
Daniel and Alexander.
Where's Domenic?
He's not there.
Where is he?
He's in the bathroom upstairs.
Did you go outside thinking that he might wake up?
Yes, I did.
At any point, did yourself or Daniel Garcia call 911 or anybody?
No, we did not.
So I'm gonna fast forward it to 1:11 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me, Ivani, Alexander, Daniela, and Daniel.
Where y'all going?
We're going back upstairs to the room.
Where was Domenic when you went back into the room?
He was laying in the same place that I left him.
So now I'm gonna fast forward it to 1:53 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me, Daniela, and Daniel.
Where's Alexander and Ivani?
They were asleep.
And Domenic?
He was in the bathroom.
I mean, they left him there for a long time, just in the bathtub. What? Eva, thank you so much. This case, right? Oh my goodness. Just leaving him there in the bathtub. I mean, I don't even know what you're saying. What are they doing going up and down out the whole time in the middle of the night? I don't think it can be anything good. Thank you, steel guitar. That's nice. You said Domenic, spelled it right with an E and with red and blue hearts. We do not know what his favorite color was, but he loved Spider-Man, Batman, and Jurassic Park. So if you want to I thought maybe for Spider-Man, if you want to share blue and red hearts, that would be pretty cool. Or you could maybe share like a little bat or a dinosaur as well. So I know people love to do that in chat. We do love that to show the family that we've got their back. Sure, not this one though. Not the mother. No, the extended family that were desperately looking for Domenic. Like, where'd they go? Where is he? What is going on here? Wow.
Fast forward at 2:15 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me, Daniel, and Daniela.
Fast forward it to 3:05 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me and Daniel,
Where are the kids?
all asleep,
And Domenic?
still in the same place.
Fast forward into 3:12 in the morning. And I guess at this times that you guys went outside, like we just saw in the last clip, either one of you call 911 or...
No, we did not.
Fast forward to 3:12 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me and Daniel,
Where are you going?
back upstairs to the room.
I'm gonna fast forward it to 9:13 in the morning. So staying with y'all was Alexander and Daniela, right?
Yes.
The next day, did they get picked up?
Yes, they did.
Who picked them up?
Their mother, Samantha.
I'm gonna show you something that's already been entered into evidence. That's exhibit number 1. State's exhibit 1. And could you tell the jury This is from the hotel y'all stayed at, the one that we see in State's Exhibit 5. What was the arrival date?
The arrival date was 7/20/2021.
And then departure date or checkout date, it was supposed to be what?
The 7/29/2021.
So right now we're July 25th, 2021.
Yes.
Did y'all leave the hotel that day?
Yes, we did.
Jessica says, what is that bunny under the witness mic? I also wish I knew. I saw the bunny. I don't know. So if you heard now, they checked into the hotel on the 20th of July and they were supposed to check out on the 29th. I don't know. It's an extended stay hotel. Like, what was the plan? Would they have booked it for longer or what was it? I don't know. I don't understand what they're doing really, but they checked out swiftly on that day and had the other two kids picked up by their mother, as in Daniel's kids. So in that case, that poor little sister of Domenic was traveling around with these two alone. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Who do we see?
Avani, Daniela, myself, Daniel, and Alexander.
And Avani is your child, right?
Yes, she is.
And Daniel's now where? Do you know?
I believe he went, I don't know, upstairs.
Okay. He's not in the frame, right?
No.
And that door that we see with next to the number 1, does that lead to the lobby?
Yes, it does.
Okay. At no point do you go into the lobby or ask for help or anything like that, right?
I do not.
You sit there, right?
Yes, I do.
Just waiting, right?
Yes.
I just do want to answer because we've got lots of new people here. Today we hit a new milestone. We have 300,000 Grizzlies here now. So Evie's asking, what's a trigger bunny? This is the trigger bunny that I've had for probably 2 years, I would say, on this channel. And I bought it in the Netherlands. And I show it when I don't want to interrupt too much. You could see at the top right of my screen where you could see trigger warning. Now this case needs a trigger warning the whole time. Okay, but usually if we know, okay, now they're going to talk about something that's really upsetting or that could be triggering, right? Maybe it could trigger specific trauma for people, like domestic violence, things like that, flashbacks. Then I would show the trigger bunny without interrupting, just a non-verbal communication. So if you ever see this, that's what it is. Okay, it's a trigger warning, trigger bunny. And we actually also have merch that you can buy. You can buy a little bunny with a Grizzly True Crime shirt, which is on the store. There's also a bear, but yes. So thank you to everyone who has bought the bunnies and the bears and sending all the pictures and things. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad it brings you comfort when you watch upsetting things. Thank you so much. Awesome. Tach, how do I say your name? Member for 3 months. Thank you so much. Okay, so continuing on here at 1 hour 25 out of 3 hours and 49 of our trial footage for today, and that's a combination of day 1 and 2.
And was the plan for Samantha to come pick them up that morning?
Yes, it was.
Who texted Samantha to come pick them up?
Daniel texted Samantha.
From what phone?
From my phone.
While Domenic was in the hotel room, Did
Yeah.
you change his clothes?
Yes, I did.
What clothes did you put on?
I put on his camouflage pants and a Baby Yoda blue Star Wars shirt.
What? Sure. Okay, truth seeker. I actually don't know this word that well. I don't know it. You said I'm going to say a word in Afrikaans to describe Daniel. It's Daniel Garcia, the defendant, you guys. Totale disconfoculatie. Sounds great. Can only imagine. Total cuck. Right, okay, so here we go.
Who do we see? In the frame?
All of them?
Yeah, who's everybody?
Me, Ivani, Daniela, Alexander, and Daniel.
Did y'all exit the stairwell now?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I do not remember.
So y'all exited 9:16, and it's gonna. It's 9:27 in the morning. Who's coming up?
Me, Ivani, Alexander, Daniela, and Daniel.
Fast forward to 9:50 in the morning. Who's that?
That's Daniel.
What's he carrying?
He's carrying my suitcase and his suitcase.
Where are you?
I'm upstairs.
With the kids?
Yes.
At no point did you call
No, I
anyone
did not.
for help? You just waited in the room?
Yes, I did.
Who do we see?
We see Daniel.
And what's he doing?
He's on the phone.
Is that your phone?
Yes.
Let's go to 11:15 in the morning. Who do we see?
We see Daniel, myself, and Ivani.
And at this time, has Alexander and Daniela, have they already been picked up?
Yes.
What are y'all carrying down?
The rest of the things that were in the hotel.
Where's Domenic?
Upstairs.
It's 11:18. Who do we see?
Ivani, myself, and Daniel.
I'm gonna fast forward it to 11:24. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniel and his two dogs.
Who's that?
That's Ivani.
How old is Ivani at this time?
She's 3 years old.
Shame, she was only 3 years old. Okay, I do know that this news is going to break, and we will, if they show anything, then this stream will take you to the next stream, okay? There has been a verdict reached in the Ali Abulaban trial. I don't know what it is yet. So just hang in there. We're going to focus on this case right now. I'm as excited about you as a verdict being reached in that case. So just hang in there. We'll watch this trial, and then afterwards, hopefully, if they show us anything, or if we can discuss it, we're going to go live after this stream to that stream, okay?
Who's that carrying that basket?
Me.
Fast forward to 11:28. At this point, were you in the car?
I was getting Ivani in the car, yes.
Where'd you put her in the car?
In the back seat, in one of the booster seats.
Who did we see go up the stairs right now?
Daniel.
Fast forward to 11:32. Who do we see?
Daniel.
Also, if you're wondering why is there no footage being shown now, I'm not too sure, except for when there's footage of Daniel carrying Dominic's lifeless body down the stairs. And if you don't catch that, he was unconscious in the bathtub, aka not alive anymore. And they dressed him in camouflage pants and a Baby Yoda shirt. And remember, his name's also Domenic. It reminds me of the Burgos Aviles trial. Remember Baby Yoda and that Domenic? Shame. And then carried him down the stairs and put him in the car and then went to Colorado. Wow.
And he's carrying Domenic downstairs
Where's he taking him?
to the car.
Fast forward to 11:36. And this is July 25th, 2021. 11:36 in the morning, is that correct?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's Daniel
What's he doing?
carrying stuff downstairs to the car.
Once Daniel carried Domenic to the car, where'd you put Domenic?
I put him in the other car seat, strapped him up.
Was he still unconscious?
Yes, he was.
And just so that we're clear, at no point in Hotel 1, 2, or 3 did you or Daniel Garcia call police, EMS, or the doctor?
No.
So once the kids are in the car, what was the plan?
To drive up to Colorado
Why?
to bury his body.
Whose idea was it to go to Colorado?
And they didn't bury him. Just like, okay, next move, let's drive to Colorado. What?
My idea.
Where'd you come up with that idea?
Because I had promised my kids that I was going to take them to Colorado so they could see the snow. And I don't know, it was in my head for some reason to leave him somewhere beautiful. It was beautiful there and I wanted him to be somewhere beautiful.
Did Daniel ever make a statement to you about why you couldn't call anybody for help?
Because they were going to take the kids away.
That mentality is so strange. Like, ooh, we can't call the police about this because they'll take the other kids away. I mean, look how you treat your kids. They should take them away. And you know, they got away with this for some time because they were moved around so a lot. I mean, from Florida to San Antonio, Texas, then to Colorado, then to Mexico, then to Costa Rica, then back to Florida, where they were then arrested. Like, my goodness. She's like, no, we can't call the police because they're going to take the other kids. You want the other kids? Is that a meal ticket, as people say? They want the income from the other kids or what? Thank you so much, Maurice. You said, I became a member. There were just over 300 of us Grizzlies over 2.5 years ago. You're correct. I started my channel at the end of June of 2021. Yes. Thank you so much for being a member for 18 months. Look at her. My goodness, okay?
Did Domenic have bruises on his body?
Yes, he did.
Where were those bruises?
On his thighs, on his butt, on his chest, and right here.
What about his face?
Yes. It was discolored right around here.
And you testified about the jaw being crooked?
Yes.
Was it still crooked in Hotel 30?
Yes.
Who drove?
Daniel drove.
Do you know how to drive?
I do not.
Whose car were you in?
We were in Daniel's car.
And so we just saw everyone packed up and left. Where did you go?
We drove straight to Colorado.
Did you stop at a gas station?
Yes, we did. We stopped at a gas station and at a rest stop.
Okay. Let's talk about the gas station first. Did you ask anybody there for help?
No, I don't remember getting out of the car.
Did you get any snacks or anything?
No.
You just sat in the car. What about Daniel? What did he do?
Put gas in the car.
How did you put gas in the car?
With the credit card. Not the credit, a debit card.
At the pump?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the rest stop, how long were you there at the rest stop? Do you remember?
Just overnight. We got there very late. It was already dark. And then we just stayed there for the night.
And then the next day, where did you go?
Kept heading north to Colorado, to the Rocky Mountains.
At any point, did y'all stop at a store to buy anything?
We stopped at a gas station and got coffee.
What about a Walmart?
Yes.
Do you remember where?
No, it was still in Texas. That's all I remember, but I don't remember exactly where it was. It was very isolated.
Did you get out of the car?
Yes, I did.
And
Someone's asking, where was Dominic's dad? Apparently in prison. Okay, then. There's two dads. Well, she's got two children, and there were two dads. So I don't know which one was in prison. I just heard that the one that what I read was that Dominic's dad was in prison for being abusive, apparently. So that's probably where.
did you walk inside the Walmart?
Yes, I did.
With who?
With Avani.
And who else?
That's it.
What did you do in the Walmart?
I took her to the bathroom.
What about a shovel? You talked about a burial. What about a shovel?
He got out of the car at Walmart first, and he went to go pick up stuff for camping.
Why camping?
Because he wanted to go off the grid.
What do you mean by off the grid?
He wanted to go live in the woods for a year and then come back
And say what?
and say that Domenic got lost in the woods.
Okay. And so, as a part of this supplies for camping, what were all?
Did you hear that crap? Or they want to go there for a bit and then say, whoops, he just got lost in the woods. And there would be like a missing persons case. And it'll be one of those kids that was just never found. Well, luckily, from everything I've researched so far, it sounds like her mother is the one that made her tell the police. Because her mother was like, where the hell is he? And her mother tracked her down. I think physically tracked her down is what I had researched. And then she told her mother, well, he actually died. And we put his body in Colorado. And she's like, where? She's like, you better tell the police. So that's how they found his body. My goodness. As Scott says, congrats on 300K. I hope this isn't only a penny in Switzerland. Thank you so much, Scott. I really appreciate it.
All the different things that were bought.
A couple of gallons of water, ramen, soup, a shovel, a rope, and a tent.
Okay.
You heard all that.
So as
Did it go Walmart? Walmart. Shovel, rope, tent. What?
after that, did you continue to go north?
Yes, we did.
And what happened when you got to Colorado?
When we got to Colorado, we drove up to the Rocky Mountains and started looking for a place to park so that we could camp.
What about the different parks that are up there, national parks or state parks? Did you attempt to go to one of those?
I don't remember. I remember being at the Rockies.
At any point, did you encounter any park rangers or anything like that?
Yes, we did.
Could you explain to the jury how and when that occurred?
When we were pulling into one of the campsites, there was a ranger station, and we pulled up. He said that you needed to pay a fee, and so we didn't have the money, so we turned around and left. I was in the passenger seat and Daniel was driving.
And this park ranger, did he come up to your window?
No, he did not. He was in his station.
Okay. But y'all had your window down
Yes.
to communicate with him.
Yes.
And it was Daniel driving and you were in the passenger seat?
Yes.
And what about the kids?
They were in the back seat.
Ooh, which kids?
Ivani was in the back seat with Domenic. He was strapped up in the car seat next to her.
At any point from what we saw in State's Exhibit 5 of Domenic on July 25th at around 12:18 in the morning to this point right here at the park ranger, did Domenic regain consciousness at any point?
No, he didn't.
And so at this point, did you or Daniel tell the park ranger about the fact that there is a child, your child, in the back seat that's unconscious?
No, he did not.
Okay. So after you found out that you needed to pay a fee to get into the park, what happened next?
We turned around and we left.
Where'd you go?
We continued to look around for a place to stay at. We were driving around the park for a couple of hours.
At some point, did you stop?
At the park?
No, stop driving.
Oh, yes.
Where?
On the way to Fraser, Colorado.
How do you? What significance is Fraser to you?
When I went in January, when I went with my friends on the trip to Colorado, that's where we stayed. And so when we couldn't find a location, I was like, I don't know Colorado very well, but I know of Fraser. We could go.
Oh, I know what her friends think of that, because they had like a little trip before, like it sounds like a girl's trip, like, ooh, let's go to Fraser, Colorado. Okay, and she's like, that's what I know. Let's go there. To not bury her son's body, just roll down a ravine. Like, what? Melissa says, my blood is boiling, hope and fear. Right, hope and fear, right, Melissa? Mine too. This is horrendous. Marie says, wow, Wal-Mart, suitcases, driving around with Domenic and living in the woods. Living in the woods for a while and then being like, whoops, he went missing. That was the plan initially. That did not work out.
Go there. And so we were driving up there, and about 7 minutes before getting to Fraser, we stopped on the side of the road.
What exhibit am I on?
Okay, we've still got like 2 hours to go of footage. Bombshell said, why is always one child singled out to be abused? The psychology is called Cinderella phenomenon, which is when one child in a family is singled out and abused while the other children are not. Okay.
Number 10.
Oh, 10 is next.
10 is next.
Thank you. as State's Exhibit 10. You recognize State's Exhibit 10?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is where Dominic's body was left.
Okay.
That was
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the location of where you stopped to leave
Yes.
Dominic's body?
Yes, it is.
State moves to offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10 into evidence.
No further objection.
And permission to
It's 10 admitted.
permission to publish, Judge.
Sure. This defendant looks really cold, huh? It's just like,
So we kind of see a State's Exhibit 10 on the screen. There's a tree in the background. There's a kind of like a cliff, and you can see, are those mountains?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So when you stopped there with the defendant, what did you do?
He got out of the car and scoped it out, said this is the best place to leave him. By that point, he got paranoid,
Okay.
and
So what did you do?
I got out of the car and looked around,
And
and then he told me to get Dominic out of the car and put him somewhere.
when you say he told you, who told you?
Daniel told me.
Daniel Garcia?
Yes.
So you got Dominic out of the booster seat or car seat.
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to the edge of where that tree's coming out of, and I lowered him down.
Okay.
anyone still feeling sorry for her at all? She's like, okay, he told me to get his body out, and then I just lowered him down. You rolled him down a cliff. What? Your 5-year-old son? Because your boyfriend said so?
You lowered him down.
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you about that location?
That it could be easily, he was exposed. You could see him if you walked up to the edge, you could see him there, so that he needed to be put somewhere where you couldn't find him.
Talked about one of the things that was purchased as the camping supplies was water jugs.
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you to do with those water jugs?
He told me to throw the water jugs down where Dominic was because maybe it would tip his body and cover him.
Did you get the water jugs?
Yes, I did.
What did you do with the water jugs?
I did what he told me to do.
What was that?
Throw them over the cliff
At what?
at my son.
At his body?
Yes.
You and I, we've met before.
Yes.
Did the water jugs hit his body?
No, they did not.
Throwing water jugs at his body to make his body roll down a little further, be more concealed. What? And she was doing it.
And when that was unsuccessful, what did the defendant do?
He went to the bag from Wal-Mart, took out the rope that he bought, tied it to the steering wheel of the car, and tied it around his waist. And then he lowered himself down so that he could physically move Dominic's body and hide him.
Okay. So that the jury understands, he tied the rope to the steering wheel and lowered himself down. How did he get back up?
I helped him get back up by grabbing the rope and pulling it.
After this, did you then flee the country?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to Costa Rica.
And did you go there in what vehicle?
And we went in his vehicle,
Whose vehicle?
in Daniel's vehicle.
Okay. Are you approach it?
Yes.
Dominic's body.
Yes.
And then you helped Daniel come back up.
Yes.
What happened after that?
He asked me to go to the edge to see if I could find Dominic's body. I went to the edge. I couldn't see it. I told him no. And then we got in the car and drove off. Same way that we came in.
You see that? After he lowered himself down with rope tied to the car and she helped him get up, then afterwards he says, just go check there. Can you find his body? She goes to look. No, can't find it. Okay, cool. Let's get out of here. Whew.
What was the plan after that?
The plan was up in the air. It wasn't to go, it wasn't to flee, it was to hide out.
Where?
In the woods.
It wasn't to flee. It was just to hide out in the woods. I mean, that's the same thing, man. No, we weren't fleeing. Just hiding out, okay, in the woods.
At what point did you abandon that plan?
The following day, that day, after leaving Dominic's body, we drove back south and we found a nature park and stayed there for the night. And then in the morning we woke up and that's when he just started driving south to the border.
What did y'all talk about?
I don't remember.
So as he was driving to the border, where were you going?
To the border. He was going down to the border. I remember him telling me that I needed to stop having all contact with my family, with my mother, to drop off the face of the earth, and that he was gonna take care of me and Ivani.
At what point did y'all decide to go to Mexico?
It just happened. We were in Eagle Pass. He drove all the way down to Eagle Pass and we just crossed. We never talked about it. We just crossed.
And when you crossed, were you awake?
Yes, I was.
Explain to the jury kind of the process of crossing the border.
We're in the car and they stop you, do an inspection, and then you get back in the car and keep driving.
So you got stopped in Mexico?
In the border.
Okay.
Yes.
And at this point, did you say anything to anybody about what has happened?
No, I did not.
At any point, did you or Daniel say anything to anybody there about what y'all did in Colorado?
No, we did not.
So after that was done, the inspection was done, where did you go?
We were in Mexico at Piedras Negras, which is a town there, and we drove around for a while. He asked me if I wanted to go back to the States, but I told him that I couldn't go back because I didn't have proper documentation to return. I didn't have my passport. I only had my green card, and you need 2 valid pieces of ID. So he was like, all right, no problem, we'll stay here. And we went to a place where they validate your car. They give you like a pass. So we went there. We spent the majority of the day there. And then once it started getting dark, we just found a hotel and stayed there at the hotel for the night.
One of the things that you testified about was y'all were low on funds.
Yes.
And now you've crossed into Mexico and are getting documentation and then a hotel. How did you get those funds?
I was asking my mom for funds because I told her that we had crossed. So.
What did you tell her exactly?
I had told her that we had to leave the state because DJ, my daughter's biological father, his mother was trying to take the kids from me. And so we fled the state for that reason.
May I approach Judge with defense?
Yes.
So how long did you stay in Mexico?
We were in Mexico for about a week, give or take a couple days.
And then after that week, what was the plan?
To go to Costa Rica
Why?
because he wanted to stay in Mexico and I didn't want to stay in Mexico, so I told him that if we went to Costa Rica, my dad would help us.
And your father was he born in Costa Rica?
Yes, he was.
And where were you born?
I was born in Costa Rica as well.
At that time, where was he living?
My
Your
father?
Yes, your father.
My father was living in a small village in the mountains. I don't know the name of it.
Did you all eventually make the trip down to Costa Rica?
Yes, we did.
How'd you get there?
In Daniel's car.
Who drove?
Daniel drove.
Who was with you?
Daniel and Avani and his dogs.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is the back of Daniel's car.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Daniel's car?
Yes, it is.
Okay. State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13 as evidence.
No further objection, Your Honor.
Stage 13 is admitted.
Painting with Pity says, who is the man in the blue shirt? This is the defendant. This is the guy that allegedly beat, abused, tortured, all of that stuff. Little Domenic until he died. This is his trial. What? Look at him. Just taking notes, thinking is what? Is he in class? Or what is he doing? He's just like, very calm, very calm. It's his trial. He could face life in prison. 5 to 99 years or his whole life in prison. We shall see. Today, the jury is actually deliberating in this case right now. So we'll be all caught up by Friday with the entire trial, the verdict, everything.
So you drove through Mexico, well, as a passenger
Yes.
in Daniel's vehicle. When you got to Guatemala, how did you cross the border?
We couldn't cross the border because he didn't have his passport and I didn't have mine either. So he was in contact with his mother and he had his mother send his passport through mail. That took a couple of days, so we were in the border of Mexico and Guatemala for a couple of days.
And how do you know he was in contact with his mother?
He was using my phone.
And did you overhear him in conversation with his mother?
Not really. I heard him once or twice on the phone asking her for money, and he did let her know that Domenic was no longer with us.
How do you know? What did he say with that, with regard to Domenic?
His words were "El socio ya no está aquí," which means he's no longer here. The word socio is a slang term. But yeah.
So then when you cross into Guatemala, y'all still have the vehicle?
Yes, we do.
And how'd you, what happened next?
We kept on driving. We would drive all day, and then once it started to get dark, we would find a hotel and stay at the hotel.
So you've driven as a passenger from Colorado down to Mexico. You stayed a week in Mexico and are now driven through Mexico and in Guatemala, staying at various hotels. During this time, were you intimate with the defendant?
Yes, I was.
In what way?
We had intercourse.
After Guatemala was the next country. Do you remember?
I don't.
He's like, in what way? She's like, we had intercourse. Yeah, she's still like loving her man after all this. What?
Remember?
Did you get to another country though?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get to that other country?
By then, there were coyotes, which are people that help you pass from one border to another illegally. And I didn't have my passport, so my mom was sending me money so that I could cross the border illegally with my daughter.
And did you do that across multiple borders?
Yes, I did.
And during this time, you were in communication with your mother?
Yes, I was.
Did she ask about Domenic?
She asked about the kids. I would just tell her that they were good, but she's at a point she stopped pushing to talk to them herself because I wouldn't let her.
So crossing these borders, you didn't have your passport with you, so you had to cross through a facilitator or a coyote.
Yes.
Finally, from Nicaragua to Costa Rica, how did you cross?
There we had gotten stopped right before hitting the border, and I guess they notified the border patrol, and so we had to pay like $300 or something like that, so that they could pretend that I was crossing north instead of coming south. And they escorted me from the Nicaragua deportation center to the center in the immigration center in Costa Rica.
And did you meet up with Daniel in Costa Rica?
Yes.
And did he still have his vehicle in Costa Rica?
Yes, he did.
And that's the same vehicle that we see in States Exhibit 13?
Yes, it is.
And when you arrived in Costa Rica, where did y'all go?
We went to my dad's house.
And who was living there at your dad's house?
My dad and a co-worker of his, because they took care of a property. The property that my dad was living at, they took care of the property.
And do you have other family members that live in Costa Rica?
All my family. All my family on my mom's side and all my family on my dad's side, except for my immediate family, which are my mom and my two siblings.
So who's Desiree Aguilar?
That's my aunt. She's the youngest sibling that my dad has.
Did you see her in Costa Rica?
Yes, I did.
And did she see you and Daniel in Costa Rica?
Yes, she did.
So when you got to Costa Rica, you show up and it's yourself, Daniel, and Ivani.
Yes.
Were you asked about Domenic?
Yes, I was. I had first told them that Domenic got sick and we had to leave him with a friend in San Antonio. And then...
Why'd you say that story?
Because I didn't know what else to say. My mom was asking where he was and I was paranoid. And so that's what I said. And then when we got to my dad, I told him the story that Daniel had told me to tell him.
What was the story Daniel told you to say?
That we were on our way to go get pizza with the kids and Domenic fell sick, started throwing up in the side of the car. And so Daniel took him upstairs, took my son Domenic upstairs, so that he could throw up in peace upstairs. And then that's where he became unconscious. And then Daniel came back downstairs to get me.
At no point during this time.
Okay, excuse my French, but they had a lot of bullshit stories, huh? A lot. Lots of stories and plans, which thankfully didn't work out for very long. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for finding this picture of Domenic and enhancing it so that we could see it clearly. It's really nice and sharp and brightened. So thank you so much, Grizzly Cat. This is a picture also of Domenic. Shame, man. Look at him. Oh my goodness. We're at 2 hours and 1 minute, and we've got 3 hours 49 of footage, so 1 hour 49. I've already set the stream for the next, for the verdict. You can see pinned. Look at the pinned comment, okay? That stream will be next for anyone interested in that.
Did you say the true story?
No, not at that time.
Okay. Where was, during this time in Costa Rica with Daniel, where did you stay?
We stayed at my dad's house, and we were there. We got there on the 12th or on the 13th of August of 2021, and we stayed there until the 18th.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's that?
That is Daniel.
Is that a picture of Daniel?
Yes.
And where's that picture taken?
That is inside of the house that my dad takes care of.
Is that
where he's living?
Is that in the country of Costa Rica?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Daniel in Costa Rica in August of 2021?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14 into evidence.
No further objection.
States 14 is admitted.
Permission to publish it?
Yes.
The publishing to the jury. What do we see on State's Exhibit 13?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, that's Daniel's car.
And then what do we see in State's 14?
That's Daniel himself inside of my dad's place.
So, you testified about your mom residing in Florida.
Yes.
And your dad lived in Costa Rica.
Correct.
At some point, did your mom show up in Costa Rica?
Yes, my mom showed up there the day before I got there. Excuse me. She didn't tell me that she was showing up. She wanted to surprise me and the kids, and she had brought a suitcase with clothes for us.
She's like, surprise! Thank goodness, because her mother was like, wait, where's Domenic? And started asking a lot of questions. And apparently it's her mother that convinced her to tell the police where Domenic's body was.
Did she eventually confront you?
Yes.
At some point, did she confront you about where Domenic was in Costa Rica?
She did. The first night that we got to my dad's house, I told my dad the story, and the following morning we called my mom and told her that Domenic was no longer alive.
Sustained. I cannot say what other people have told you.
You cannot say, excuse me?
I'm sorry?
Well, I didn't hear.
I told her she cannot repeat what other people told her.
The question elicited what she told her mother.
It's an out-of-court statement, right?
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted because it was a lie.
I still sustained it.
Did you lie to your mother?
Yes, I did.
Did the FBI get involved? Julian Igualaba.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember speaking with him?
Yes,
And did you lie to him also?
I did.
At this point, when you were speaking to Julian, an FBI agent in Central America, had you and Daniel parted ways?
Yes, we had.
And so you were in communication in interviewing with the FBI agent Julian Igualaba. And at around this time, Daniel, did he leave Costa Rica?
No, he was under arrest at that moment.
Yes.
So as you can see, that's how day one ended. Just like that. Just like, can we approach? And then that was the end. So, okay. So now we're on day two. Okay, that was day one. Opening statements. Two other witnesses that we didn't see now before Nickole's on the stand. because there wasn't information that they shared yet. I'm sure later in the trial they would have. They were just qualifying them as witnesses. And so it was an FBI agent and a guy that worked at the US Embassy, I think it was. So anyway, if you want to see that raw footage, it's on KSAT 12. I've defluffed everything for you. Today we're going to look at day 1 and 2. Tomorrow, day 3, 4, 5. And then on Friday, we will watch the closing arguments together. Wait, is tomorrow the 3, 4, 5? On Friday, we'll watch the verdict together. I think it'll be the closing arguments and the verdict together. All right? So we're going to cover this Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week if you are watching live with us. After this stream, we'll go to the next stream as well to look at a verdict in another case that I've also been covering. So it's pinned. If you look at the pinned comment, that's where it is. And so here we go. Day 2, she's back on the stand, by the way. And the defense is going to grill her. And I don't really mind it this time around. Yeah, grill her.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I'm waiting to make eye contact. Welcome back. We're going to get going where we left off yesterday. So the witness was passed for cross-examination, and that's where we're going to start. Mr. Gross, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you talked to anybody since we broke yesterday?
No, I've spoken to my mother.
On the phone from the jail?
Yes.
When you were down in Costa Rica, August 20th, 2021, you were interviewed by the equivalent of Costa Rican Child Protective Services, right?
Yes, I was.
It's called PANI down there, right?
Yes, it is.
What you told the jury yesterday, you didn't tell any of that to PANI down in Costa Rica, did you?
No, I did not.
You were interviewed on August 23rd, 2021. They're at the Costa Rica law enforcement office, correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the law enforcement folks in Costa Rica, Julian Igualaba, Jorge, Rojas, you didn't tell them any of the things you told the jury yesterday, did you?
No, I did not.
And then on August 24th, 2021, you were again interviewed by law enforcement in Costa Rica, correct?
Yes.
And what you told the jury yesterday, you didn't tell law enforcement any of that in August 24th, 2021, did you?
Not all of it.
None of it, right?
There were some things that I told the agents.
Well, on August 26th.
She's gonna get grilled now. So cross-examination, the defense is asking questions. Annalie, thank you so much for the gesture. Please remember, if you guys want to buy the mods coffees, you have to go to the official mod coffee link, because we add it up over 3 months and then we divide it equally between all the mods. So I don't do that in multiple places. It's only on the mod coffee link, but thank you so much for that. Annalie, thank you everyone for being here. If you don't know much about this case, just check out the description box. I've done a little write-up there for you. You could catch up very quickly there. Basically, this poor little boy was abused, domestic violence, by the boyfriend of this mother to the point where he died. And that was July 25th of 2021. Finally, the trial's taking place for him. She's taken a plea deal. She'll be sentenced on June 7th of this year, and she's facing 5 to 15 years in prison. And that we've gone over the charges in the beginning of the stream as well as his, so go and check that out if you missed it. Okay, here we go. I just don't want to interrupt too much.
2021 with Detective Garcia. You told the prosecutor yesterday you lied to Detective Garcia, right?
Yes, I did.
So are you telling the jury today that on August 24th, 2021, 2 days before you're interviewed by Detective Garcia on the 26th, that you didn't lie on August 24th, 2021?
I didn't understand what you had said. I'm sorry. I thought you meant with Detective Garcia.
Okay, well, so on August 24th, 2021, when you were interviewed, you didn't tell them on the 24th anything that you told the jury yesterday, did you?
No, I did not.
And then you did a debrief with the prosecutors in this case at the DA's office on October 12th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You lied to them, right?
Yes.
And then these prosecutors, you did an interview with them before you did your plea on April 25th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you lied to them, didn't you?
Just like Kayla, huh? lying until finally plea deal. Donna says, who is the judge? The judge is Velia Mesa. Velia Mesa. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You lied to the prosecutors on April 25th, 2024, didn't you?
April 25th? No.
No? Well, you had a phone call with your mom on April 25th, 2024, right?
I talk to her every day, so.
And you told her on April 25th, 2024, that the prosecutors thought you were lying, right?
Yes.
And you tried lying to the prosecutors and got caught, right?
I had said something that slipped my mind. That's what it was.
So you're telling the jury today that when you lie, it just slips your mind?
No, that's not what I mean.
You lied to the prosecutors last month on April 25th, correct?
Correct.
And you told your mom, you know what? I think I'm going to stop my depressants, my medication, so I can be emotional in front of the jury when I testify, right?
I want to be intact with my emotions, and I wanted to make sure that all of my memories, because my antidepressants make me groggy and forgetful, so I wanted to make sure that I had.
You didn't tell your mom that, did you? You told your mom you want to be emotional in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
Damn. She told her mom she wants to, this is so hectic. Of course, the defense's strategy is to blame her for everything. I think she's got equal blame. She's got a plea deal. But they're really, really going for it. And some of the things they're saying now is like, damn, I really have no sympathy for her.
That's why you stopped taking your meds, right?
That's one of the reasons.
And then you get this plea agreement on May 8th, 2024, where you got a cap of 15 to do, right?
Yes.
For all the things you said yesterday to this jury, these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you get a 15-year cap, right?
That's correct.
And you've been telling your mom to do anything you did to get a low sentence, right?
Yes, that's correct.
In other words, it's up to these gentlemen, these prosecutors in the room today, what they suggest to the judge for a sentence, right?
I don't know how that works.
Well, it's based on your testimony today, made that clear to you, right?
Yes.
You've debriefed with these prosecutors many times, right?
Yes.
And during those debriefs, it's been made clear to you that if you do a good job on the stand for these prosecutors, then they're going to recommend a lower sentence, right?
Objection argumentative, assumes facts and evidence.
Correct?
That's not correct. The plea bargain was that I come up here and I tell the truth.
So they've told you to tell the truth?
Yes.
Knowing that you lied on August 20th, 2021, August 23rd, 2021, August 24th, 2021, August 25th, 2021, October 12th, 2022, and to these prosecutors, right?
Correct.
All those lies, and you're expecting these ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe you that Daniel Garcia caused these injuries to Domenic. Is that your testimony today?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Sure. All these lies you've made, now you want this jury to believe that Daniel Garcia is the one that caused these injuries to Domenic, correct?
I'm just telling the truth. I didn't. He's the one that did it. I was there. I saw it.
Well, it's true that Domenic, when he soiled his pants, you spanked him so hard your hands started to hurt and you started feeling the anger and you needed to walk away, right?
Yes, that's true.
Right? You didn't tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury this, did you?
No, I did not.
What else did you do when you're angry?
Yeah, what else did she do? She got so angry she had to walk away. She spanked her own son so hard that her own hand hurt. Yeah, she's part of this as well. I hate the plea deal.
Anger started to get the best of you. Tell the jury what other injuries you did to Domenic.
I didn't do anything else.
Well,
I would spank him, but...
So, you agree that Domenic told you, I don't want you to be my mom,
Yes, that's true.
right?
Yes,
And
that's
that's
true.
because how you were treating Domenic, correct?
No, that's because when we were at Daniel's house and he was spanking him, he was upset with me that I was allowing it to happen.
It's true that you told Detective Garcia on October 6, 2021, that what happened to Domenic in the hotel room was so random and unexpected, right?
Yes.
Random and unexpected, right?
Yes.
Yet you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that injuries happened in Hotel 1, Hotel 2, and Hotel 3, right?
Yes.
You never told Detective Garcia about Hotel 1, Hotel 2 injuries, did you?
I just put them all together. Everything during that time was...
You're the one that caused the injuries to Domenic, aren't you?
No, that's not true.
Okay, so you make up Hotel 1 and 2, and you tell the jury about that yesterday, correct?
No, I did not make that up.
You never told Detective Garcia, did you?
I did not.
You never told the prosecutors on October 12, 2022, did you?
I did not.
You didn't even tell them on April 25th, 2024 about 3 hotel rooms, did you?
I don't recall that.
Well, that was just last month, right?
Yes.
You remember telling Detective Garcia on August 26, 2021 that, hey, Daniel disciplined his kids, I disciplined my kids, right?
Yes.
In other words, hey, Daniel, you're responsible for your kids, right?
Correct.
And I'm going to be responsible for my kids, Domenic and Ivani, right?
Correct.
And you told Detective Garcia on August 26, 2021, when he asked you if you thought Daniel had done anything wrong, you said, I don't know, right?
That's correct.
I don't know. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't tell the jury this yesterday, did you?
It wasn't asked.
You're the one that caused the injuries to Domenic, aren't you?
That's an answer.
No.
That's why you told Detective Garcia on August 26, 2021, I don't know if Daniel did anything wrong, right?
That's incorrect. The reason that I said that to Detective Garcia was because I was in denial. I didn't want to believe that the abuse that Domenic was enduring from Daniel was what caused him to pass away.
In denial?
Yes.
You're the one that testified yesterday that you said, look, you know, I got mad at Daniel when he supposedly broke Dominic's jaw. I got mad at him and said, what the hell? That was your testimony yesterday, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So you bowed up on Daniel according to your testimony when he broke Dominic's jaw. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what does bowed up mean?
So you got mad at Domenic, right?
I got mad at Daniel.
At Daniel.
Yes.
And you claim to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you got mad at Daniel, yet you didn't call the police or anything. You're mad enough at Daniel, you said yes, you flipped him off, right?
Yes, I did.
Yet you didn't call the police or EMS. That's your testimony, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Is that right?
Yeah.
Even though you have the presence of mind, the anger in your head that you told Daniel what the hell and flipped him off, and you still didn't have the presence of mind to call the police or EMS. Is that your testimony?
I wasn't in my right state of mind, so.
You're the one that inflicted those injuries on Domenic, aren't you?
That's an answer.
Right?
No, I didn't.
Well, this is cross-examination.
And you came up with a story yesterday that Domenic bit Daniel?
He bit him.
You
Daniel.
never said that to Detective Garcia, did you?
No, I hadn't recalled it at that time when I was being interviewed by Detective Garcia.
How about a year later when you're being interviewed by the prosecutor at the DA's office on October 12, 2022? You never said anything about that, did you?
I did not.
And you told your mom that you were going to do homework and write down everything you were going to say bad about Daniel, didn't you?
I didn't say that I was going to write down everything bad I was going to say. I just told her that I was going to do homework and try to get as much as I could out of my head.
Yet you didn't.
Did I just say, yeah, he bit him? Daniel bit Domenic. Okay then.
Did any of the injuries that you inflicted on Domenic, did you?
I spanked him.
Did I understand you yesterday correctly when you talked to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you see all these injuries on Domenic in Hotel 1 and Hotel 2 and Hotel 3, and you're down in the car and Domenic comes down throwing up and Daniel takes him upstairs and you stay on your phone and look at social media? That's what you testified to yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, I was on social media. I stayed with the kids because there was 4 of them all together, so I strapped up the kids. He said that he was going to take Domenic, so he took Domenic upstairs.
So yes, you stayed on social media. I mean, you told the jury yesterday that his jaw was broken in Hotel 2, wherever that came from. And Hotel 1 had these injuries. And you're claiming to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that he was in such bad shape in Hotel 3, and when he starts throwing up, you stay on the phone in the car and look at social media for 15 minutes?
I didn't say that his jaw was broken. I said that it was tilted and bruised.
Well, your testimony yesterday was that jaw was slanted.
Yeah, it was slanted, but I didn't say the word broken. I'm not a physician. I don't know if it's broken.
Well, you caused the slanted jaw, didn't you?
No, I did not.
At the same time, you were spanking him so hard, your hand hurt, and you could feel the anger, right?
No, that's not correct.
You want the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe you that Daniel went with you to Colorado?
He's the one that drove the car.
You want the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you said, hey, let's go to Colorado instead of the hospital down the road?
That's the truth. I can't tell you why that's what was going on in my head at that moment, but but that's the truth.
And you want the ladies and gentlemen jury to believe that you strapped a dead child into the back seat of your car?
Yes, I did do that. I strapped him in
And
the back
you
seat.
want the lady
She strapped him dead. Okay, he was dead in the back seat. Remember, she dressed him when he was unconscious in the bathtub. One could speculate already dead, right? Dressed him, camo pants, baby Yoda shirt, straps him in the back. There's other kids in the car also at the back. Oh, this is so crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury to believe that Daniel ties a rope to the steering wheel and scales down a ravine, and you helped it back up?
Yes, that's correct. That's what happened.
Who you claim is the person who inflicted these injuries on Domenic?
Yes.
You didn't just cut the rope and let him fall down the ravine to his death?
No, I did not.
And you claimed yesterday that Daniel told you to stop using your cell phone so you couldn't be tracked?
Yes.
Yet, you call your mom and ask her for money?
Yes, that's correct.
And yet, you look up ants on YouTube on your phone?
He told me to look up the ants on YouTube.
And the park ranger, you testified yesterday.
Did they say ants? Ants? Looking up ants on YouTube or what? Did I hear that right?
The park ranger was there, yet you didn't say anything to the park ranger. Is that your testimony from yesterday?
That's correct.
And then, a person you claim caused these injuries to your child, you have sex with in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica? That's your testimony?
I did have intimate relations with him, yes.
I'm sorry?
I did have intimate relations with him,
You
yes.
had sex with him.
Yes.
The guy you claim caused these injuries in Hotel 1, 2, and 3, you had sex with him?
It took me a while to come to terms with everything that happened, and I still loved him at that time. I know, but it's true.
Let's talk about that a minute. So, you had WhatsApp messages between you and Daniel down in Costa Rica, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
August 22nd, 2021. August 22nd, 2021, 10:30 at night. You said to Daniel, "Good night, baby, I love you, sweet dreams," right?
Yes.
And then, again, you have a conversation with Daniel on WhatsApp on August 23rd, 2021. And you say, "Good night, baby, sweet dreams, I love you, baby," right?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And you said, "I love you, I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough, so get smothered with it, I love you." You said that, right?
I don't recall saying that specifically, but if it's on record, it must be.
Judge, may I refresh your memory? Yes. I'm showing you your WhatsApp from that night of August 23rd, 2021.
What is the exhibit number?
That's you, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Rojas,
Yes.
I need an exhibit number.
Oh, I don't have an exhibit yet,
That
Judge.
would be your 3.
Thank you, Judge. And that's what you said, right? On August 23rd, 2021 at 10:07 p.m. "I love you. I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough, so get smothered with it. I love you," right?
Correct.
And you also said to Daniel on WhatsApp on August 25th, 2021 at 9:05 p.m., "I value what we have too, baby," right?
Yes.
August 25th, 2021, after you claim, this is after you showed the FBI where the body was in Colorado, right?
Correct.
After you show the FBI where the body is, you sent a WhatsApp to Daniel saying, "I value what we have too, baby." And then you said, when they, same night, August 25th, 2021 at 10:02 p.m., "When they asked me about you, I said, you're a great man, father, and that you care," right?
Correct.
And that's because Daniel did not inflict these injuries on Domenic, did he?
That's not true.
All we have to believe is you as to who inflicted those damages on Domenic, correct?
We were the only 2 adults there.
You're the only one who can testify about who inflicted those injuries on Domenic, right?
Correct.
Yet you have lied so many times, you're having a hard time keeping the lie straight, aren't you?
No, that's not true.
And you want this jury, the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, to believe that the gentleman who inflicted these damages on your son not only had sex with you in multiple countries afterwards, but on the night you find the remains with the Bureau, you say, when they ask me about you, I say you're a great man and father and that you care, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's what I told him, but... What was it?
And then on August 26th, 2021, the day you are interviewed by Detective Garcia, you say, I feel bad because you're not with me. I blame myself for that. You said that, didn't you?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And then on August 26, 2021, again, the same day you meet with Detective Garcia, you say, I don't want you to leave me. And then you say, I fucked up as a parent and I failed both of my children. Your words, isn't it?
Because I did. I did mess up as a parent.
No, it's because you inflicted those injuries on Dominic and you're trying to blame Daniel Garcia, aren't you?
No, that's not true.
Your testimony yesterday was that I wanted to show them where the remains were located, correct?
Yes,
because it was the right thing to do, right?
That's correct.
Yet you lied about where the body was located. You claimed it was buried in a different place, didn't you?
Because that's what...
No, ma'am. It's a yes or no answer.
Oh, okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And, you know, you've got an anger problem, don't you?
I did.
And you get violent with your kids, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay, like for instance, you had a conversation with your mom where you were very disappointed, you were angry about your kids, and you said, your words, like, fuck bro, she's a fucking baby, you want to fucking go murder somebody? Go do it, fuck her up. Your words, right?
I don't recall that.
Well, why not? That's a pretty volatile statement to make, right?
Yes, it is.
And then your mom told you, look, try not to fight anymore in jail, try to control yourself more, right? Right?
Yes.
And that's because you have anger problems, don't you?
I had anger problems. I'm working on my anger issues.
Damn. And she minimizes that, just like, I have anger issues, I'm working on them. Yeah, Beach Bump says, this is spicy. Now, if you guys didn't know, as I told you in the beginning, if you were here or not, if you were, it's a repeat, sorry about that. But many people, many Grizzlies emailed me to ask me to cover this trial. I mean, I get emails every day about the treadmill abuse trial as well. That one is very long and extremely triggering for me. So this one is already over. The verdict was reached today. Okay, so I know that if you're following this, we're going to be watching this. This is day 1 and 2, today, tomorrow, and on Friday. Unless tomorrow maybe we could just see, maybe we could combine the whole thing tomorrow. But the verdict has been reached. I'm going to give a spoiler and say that, yeah, Daniel Garcia is going away for a long time because he was found guilty. So just in case everyone's going to spam the chat now and say, guilty, 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 guilty. Yeah, okay, he was. So good. Let's keep watching. Let's hope there's full justice for Domenic. Meaning, I'm not too sure when his sentencing will be. We'll see. I just really wish her sentencing is on June 7th. She was very much a part of this. I really hope that she gets the maximum too. 5 to 15 years is what she's facing. He's facing 5 to 99 up to life in prison. That's how they word that. So let's see what happens there.
Now, you've been having conversations with Daniel's ex-wife, Samantha, haven't you?
I had one conversation with her.
Because you guys want to get together and concoct a story against Daniel, don't you?
Objection,
No.
argumentative. That's not a question.
Overruled. I want to ask that you stand on the address the court. Overruled.
No?
No, that's not correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. So, when you met with myself and Nathan, Maury, my partner, and Sarah, April 25th, you talked about something that slipped your mind.
Yes,
What was that?
it was the water bottles.
What about the water bottles?
I had said that I didn't know how they ended up down there.
What did you eventually tell or say in our conversation?
That the reason that they ended up down there was because Daniel wanted to use them to reposition the body. So throwing them at the body.
And who threw them?
I did.
Did I confront you about that?
Yes, you did.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
So let's talk about the burial. Why did you lie?
This is in Texas, taking place in Texas. Unfortunately, neither of these people is facing murder charges. Serious injury to a child, serious bodily harm. Yep, child injury causing serious bodily harm. That's the charge, and hers is by omission. And she's taken a plea deal, right?
About the burial.
Because that's what was supposed to happen, and I felt very ashamed to say that his body was just left on the side of a mountain in the way that it was. That wasn't the plan. The plan was that he was going to take me somewhere where I could bury him in a peaceful manner.
When you took them, when I say them, law enforcement, to the body, was Daniel there with you taking them to the body?
No, he was not. He was still in Costa Rica.
At any point have you hit any of your children in the face?
No.
While you were in Florida, had you ever been investigated by Child Protective Services?
Yes, I have.
And in any of those investigations, were you the subject of the person who caused physical abuse?
No.
What were those investigations about?
One of the investigations was because DJ, my daughter's biological father, came into the house and was throwing things around and breaking things. So I'm not sure if it was my mother or my sister that called the cops, and CPS showed up because the abuse happened when the children were present.
What about poor hygiene of Domenic?
No, it wasn't poor hygiene. He had a skin condition. He had eczema, so he would get little bumps and rashes on the creases of his body.
What about neglect? Were you investigated for neglect?
No, I was not.
Were your kids ever removed from your care when you were in Florida?
No, they were not.
Did CPS over there in Florida actually come in and do a home study?
Yes, they did. They did a home study. They interviewed me and my family and the kids.
I can't recall if I asked you, but how old was Domenic when you left him on the side of the mountain?
He was 5 years old.
And his full name was what?
Domenic Patrick Aguilar.
And did he have another last name?
No, he just had, on the paperwork it says Acevedo, and I think that's because I have two last names, but he only has the one.
And so your full name is?
Nickole Cristina Aguilar-Acevedo.
At any point did I, in our interviews, and I'm speaking about myself and Nathan, did I tell you or suggest you need to tell a particular story?
No, you did not. You just said that we're here for the truth.
You get to Costa Rica and you lied to your dad about what happened to Domenic, right?
Yes, I did.
Your mom flies all the way down from Florida to Costa Rica and you lied to her about what happened to Domenic, right?
Yes, I did.
And we've gone over all these law enforcement folks you lied to, right?
Correct.
And then we talked about you lying to the prosecutors, right?
Correct.
So there's no way this jury could leave you under oath beyond a reasonable doubt in this case, correct?
That's not correct. I know that I messed up. I know that I wasn't honest, but I just want to tell the truth. I know that it's...
Not responsible, Your Honor.
Let's going to be very hard to believe her now, right? But she does have a plea deal. Sarah says there's no plea deal for her. Yeah, that's why she's testifying against her boyfriend, because of the plea deal. So she will only face 5 to 15 years in prison as part of that plea deal, and she'll be sentenced on June 7th. I don't know his sentencing date yet, but he will be sentenced because he was found guilty, and we'll watch that together soon.
I have no further questions.
For those who missed it, I mean soon, like tomorrow or the next day. Tomorrow we're watching day 3, 4, and 5 together, all in one go, defluffed for you.
Excuse me, you have more questions.
Subject to recall, Your Honor. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Did she indicate to you that she had been at different hotels in San Antonio?
Yes, she did.
And while speaking to you, did she indicate the last hotel and the address of where you had been at?
She indicated that she was staying at a Wood Springs Hotel in the Sam's Fort area, North San Antonio.
What did she tell you about Domenic and I guess his time in San Antonio, his last moments?
Nickole stated that Domenic was feeling sick for a few days, vomiting. She didn't think much of it. She thought it was because of the food that they were eating, a lot of junk food. She stated that, and then she went on to say what happened the night of Saturday, July 25th.
Did she tell you that Domenic went unconscious?
She advised, and she went downstairs to the parking lot the night of the 25th, and Domenic began to vomit, at which time Daniel Garcia took Domenic up to their room, and she waited downstairs. She waited in the parking lot with the remaining kids, Daniela, Alejandro, and Ivan. She stated that about 20 minutes later, Daniel Garcia returned to the parking lot, stating that something was wrong with Domenic, at which point she proceeded to get up to the room to find out what happened.
Did she describe to you about taking Domenic's body out of state?
She stated that she found Domenic's unresponsive body inside the bathtub, and she proceeded to conduct CPR on Domenic with negative results.
Did she tell you that she took the body, her and Daniel, into the car and went to another state?
The following morning, she stated that they decided to drive up to Colorado to dispose of the body.
So for anyone missing the banner, this is an FBI agent. Indeed, this is Julian Igualaba, FBI agent. Okay? As I say, I've defluffed this trial for you, so it's not the whole call your next witness and then they walk up to the stand and then they do the whole thing. It's just defluff for you, okay? Just to get all the information in minimal time.
Did she describe that disposal as a burial?
She advised that she wanted to give Domenic a burial in Colorado, since she had promised him to take him to Colorado to see snow, and that they proceeded to drive up to the Rocky Mountains to find a place where he could be buried.
What did she say after that? Do you recall?
She stated that they parked their vehicle in a gravel parking lot, walked about an hour, set up a tent campsite, and that night Daniel Garcia proceeded to dig a hole in which they placed Domenic's body. They left the area right after, driving south to San Antonio originally, but then decided to continue to south into Mexico and cross the border consequently.
May I press Judge Lee?
Yes.
Showing you what's already been entered into evidence. State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 13?
It's the car that I observed outside Nickole's father's residence in Sarapiquí, Costa Rica, the day that I interviewed Nickole on Wednesday, August 18, 2021.
Had Nickole told you that after burying the body that they drove down to Costa Rica in Daniel's car?
She stated that they drove the car that was parked outside her father, Christian Aguilar, was the car that they used to drive up to Colorado and down to Costa Rica.
And that car that we see in State's Exhibit 13, does it have license plates from the state in the United States?
Yes, it has a Florida license plate, Hotel Papa Sierra Victor 31.
So after the interview with Nickole, is there a point that you meet up with Nickole in Miami, Florida?
So after the interview with Nickole, I briefly spoke with her mother, Shirley, and I advised that if Nickole changed her mind about coming back to the United States and assist the United States government in finding the body, to let me know. I received a call from Shirley on Friday, August the 20th, advising that they were going to fly to Miami.
So let's, without saying anything that anybody told you, after receiving the call from Shirley, did you then go to Miami?
I met up with Shirley and Nickole in Miami Monday, August 23rd, 2023. We met at the Miami International Airport.
You said 2023?
2021, I'm sorry.
At that point, did you have any conversation or discussion with Nickolle Aguilar where she changed some parts of her story?
Right before boarding the plane, Nickole advised that she needed to provide clarification to the location of Domenic's body.
What did she then tell you?
That's all she said. I advised her that she needed to do that once we get to Denver, to the investigators in Denver.
Did you then go to Denver?
Yes, we did.
And after going to Denver, was there another team of FBI agents and an SAPD detective that progressed with the case of finding the body?
Correct. So my role was to introduce Nickole to the San Antonio investigator and the team from Denver, the ERT team, evidence response team, to Nickole.
And then after you did those introductions, did you then return back to your normal duties as a FBI agent, special agent?
Correct.
So you went back to Central America?
I accompanied Nickole and the team to the location, the vicinity of the location where the body was found. After the body was located, I returned back to the hotel that same afternoon, and then the following day, I returned back to Panama.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Sir, just to clarify, the only hotel Nickole told you about was, I think you said it was the Wood Spring Hotel, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right. No further questions.
May he be excused?
Yes, sir. I just.
You may just be ready for another question.
No problem. No problem. Thank you.
If any of you are only joining now, then welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to cover this 6-day trial in 2 days, today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, because I could see how long today was and how much I'm going to defluff it, you know. We're going to cover day 3, 4, 5, 6, and day 6 includes closing arguments and the verdict. Okay? So a 6-day trial, 2 days, then we're done. And I'm glad that there will be justice for Domenic. I just wish that his mother didn't have that plea deal, but I guess it's necessary to get all the information out, and she's the one that told the police where his body was. So I get it, you know, but poor Domenic.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
When she provided you the information about the Wood Spring Hotel, Fort Sam area, did you inform other FBI agents or law enforcement personnel that that was a location that they had been in San Antonio?
The same morning I received a complaint from our FBI complaint system stating the allegations that Shirley had made the day prior. In that complaint, there was an officer as a point of contact. The officer was Matthew Melia. I contacted Officer Melia, or Agent Melia, and advised of our situation in Costa Rica.
Dolores, I did not know this. What? Are you sure? I gotta look into this. Can you send me if you've got like an article or a source or something, please send it to me at grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. You said she was pregnant by him and had the baby in jail. Her mother has the baby girl, and her mother has Dominic's cremated remains. Such an awful case. It's just like Kayla. Like, what the heck is going on here? This is terrible. Oh my word.
And going back to your interview, did Nickole describe that they were constantly changing hotel and lodging locations in San Antonio?
Jackie here, leaving, Ron.
She did. When I asked why they were changing hotels, she advised because they were looking for a job.
That's what it's from.
Follow up?
Real briefly, Your Honor. You asked Nickole if she remembered seeing any visible marks or injuries on Dominic's body, right?
Yes, sir.
And she said no, she did not see any visible marks or injuries on Dominic's body, right?
Correct.
Right. Go for it.
Yeah, Jenny, she did say it. She did. We were a little bit confused with that. Like, oh, do you mean like your one remaining child and Daniel's 2 children? Or what do you mean? Damn. So yeah, she said it. Weren't too sure exactly, but that is the details are even worse. It's like plot twist. Does it get worse? Yep, it gets worse. Wow.
No further questions, just maybe excuse.
Yes. Not subject to recall, right?
Please take it.
Okay, thank you, Agent. You may be excused. Thank you for being here today. Are you going to sit down?
Okay, Rojas says that.
Okay, you may proceed. The witness has been sworn.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. My first name is Jorge. My last name is Rojas.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm currently employed by the U.S. government, particularly the U.S. Embassy in San Jose, Costa Rica. I've been with the U.S. Embassy for 20 years and 6 months.
And in August of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed at that moment by the Office of Diplomatic Security, which is a federal agency. I work for that particular agency since November 2003 until April last year. That's a State Department agency.
The State Department, okay. And in August of 2021, did you receive a inquiry from an organization or an agency by the name of PANI?
Yes, sir. Initially I received a phone call from retired former OIJ agent. OIJ is the equivalent of the FBI for Costa Rica. So he called me initially. He sent me a message because he said there was an urgent matter that he wanted to bring up to the attention of the U.S. Embassy because he had a friend of him who was going through a specific situation and they wanted to get in touch with the U.S. Embassy. That was on August the 16th. That day, the embassy was closed on observance of a Costa Rican holiday, the Mother's Day. So I called him back.
Objection, narrative. Overruled.
Thank you. So I called him back, and then he explained to me that a friend of him, her name was Shirley, had contacted him and explained to him that they were going through a weird situation, that they were not very clear what was going on, but her grandchild didn't come to Costa Rica the way they were supposed to come. She had Shirley fled to Costa Rica, and she learned that her grandson wasn't in Costa Rica as she was believing that was the case. So that's how I got involved initially.
And were you able to And the name of that child that was missing, do you remember what the name of that child was?
Domenic, yes, sir. So basically, I told him, well, the embassy is closed right now. You can go to the embassy. If it is an urgent matter, they can put you in contact with the duty officer, or if you want, you can give me her contact information, or give her my contact information. She can call me, and then I can see what we can do for her. So a couple hours later, maybe an hour later, I got a phone call from Carolina Castillo, and Carolina Castillo was sitting right next to Shirley Acevedo. That's when they explained to me what was going on at that moment. It was very confusing, the information at that moment.
And so did you learn that there were 3 people from the United States that had entered the country, a Daniel Garcia, a Nickolle Aguilar, and a Abulaban Aguilar?
Correct, sir.
And so with your time and your duties at the State Department, were you able to see the travel and immigration records of those individuals?
Correct.
What did you learn when you looked at those?
But the first thing that we attempted to do was to fully identify the names, because we didn't have the names. So what we had at that moment was a license plate of a Volkswagen Jetta, a license plate, and first name of the first name that was provided to me at that moment was Daniel.
So let me approach. May I approach?
Yes.
Let me approach. Is State's Exhibit 13, was that the license plate that you were provided?
Yeah, it ends in 31.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And that's the Florida license plate, and you were provided with the name of Daniel?
Daniel? Yes, sir.
And so after you received that information, what did you do?
So the information that was provided to me at that moment was a male from Florida who was driving this car. His first name was Daniel. He was a Cuban descendant or Cuban American. Both persons that spoke to me at that moment, they weren't sure about it. They were not fully sure about the information. So they said that to me, provided the license plate. So the first thing that I did, I collect all the information. I wrote down all the information. I called my supervisor, who is a federal agent, at that moment, the regional security officer in San Jose, Costa Rica, and then I told him what was going on, and then he said, well, please contact FBI, because I have a very good relationship with the FBI office in Panama, which is the office that at that moment was covering Costa Rica. We have an FBI office now in Costa Rica, but at that moment, Panama was covering Costa Rica. So I immediately contact Julian Igualaba, who is an FBI agent, and then Julian told me, hey Jorge, I'm going to Costa Rica tomorrow. So give me the information, we're gonna work on this right now. So I provided information to Julian about the license plate. He ran the license plate, and then that night, he got back to me and provided the name.
Quick pause. It makes sense now, Dolores. I was a little confused too. I'm like, why is she saying that? 3 children, but she had the 3rd one in jail. So on all the surveillance we see and the time of Dominic's death, there were 4 children in the scenario, right? It was Daniel's 2 children and her 2 children, obviously Domenic being one of them. But what we didn't know was that she was pregnant and had that baby in jail. Damn. No wonder she said she had 3 children. And she did say Abigail. I was just like, what is she talking about? Okay, it makes sense now. Thank you so much, Dolores. Really appreciate it. If anyone's confused about the next stream, we're going to do it after this trial day. We are respecting this victim in this case right now. So I don't even know if that will be live streamed, but we'll be talking about it later. So right now we have 1 hour left of footage to watch for this trial for today. And then we're going to meet again tomorrow for this trial to watch the rest of it from day 3, 4, 5, 6, the closing arguments and the verdict. Tomorrow, all of it. So 2 days of trial. It's a 2-day trial for us. It was a 6-day trial in real time.
The full name?
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative. Sustained.
Were you able to get the full name of the person who was operating that vehicle?
Correct.
And who was that?
Daniel Garcia.
And so with that information, were you then able to check immigration records into the country of Costa Rica?
Correct, sir. Following morning, early in the morning, the first thing that I do, one of the first things that I did, I contact a person within the immigration office of Costa Rica and ask him to run the name that was given to me by Julian. And then he found that there was a record of entrance, an entry record to Costa Rica, August the 13th. And the entrance happened around 16 and 30 hours more or less. So 4:30 p.m. more or less. And the entrance was coming from Nicaragua through a land border that is called tablillas. Costa Rica has two immigration posts with Nicaragua. One is called Peñas Blancas and the other one is called tablillas in Los Chiles. So Daniel used that port of entrance to come into Costa Rica.
And were you able to identify whether he had other people with him during that port of entry?
So at that moment, we had already collected full names for Nickole and the full names for Ebony. So I asked him to run both names as well, and he couldn't find anything.
So what does that mean?
He couldn't find any entry record into Costa Rica. So at that moment, we're talking about early hours of Tuesday, 17th. Okay, 17th of August. Probably that was around between 8 or 9 in the morning. So we were very confused because we had an entry record of Daniel Garcia, but there was no record, no indication that Nickole and Ebony and Domenic, because we ran out the names, because we were not fully sure what was going on at that moment. Not even the family was clear what was going on at that moment. So we ran all the names and they couldn't find anything. No entry records came back.
But through your investigation and your involvement in this portion of this case, you were able to see Nickolle Aguilar there in Costa Rica.
Yes, sir.
But there was not a record of Nickolle Aguilar going to a port of entry.
That's the reason why we were very confused in the office, because we knew per the statements of Carolina and the statements from Gwendolyn, that is another person that I was in touch, and the statement from Shirley, Nickole's mother, that Nickole and Ebony were in Costa Rica. They were in Costa Rica that day, and they've been in Costa Rica for the last few days, but there was no entry record.
So in your training experience, do sometimes people cross ports of entry illegally where there would not be a record of it?
Correct. Yeah. If you pay a facilitator or you pay a smuggler, I mean, those are things that the people would do to avoid the regular ports of entry. However, those are things that probably are more common in people that are being smuggled or people that are trying to hide, not regular travelers.
Right. And so
in our case, we were talking about Nickole was a citizen of Costa Rica, so she didn't have any reason not to just show up and say, hey, this is my name.
But Ivani also didn't have.
Bueno, we were actually very concerned because at that moment we couldn't understand how what was going on, because we were talking about a child. So immigration should be very concerned if somebody would show up at the border with a child with no documentation. Because what Shirley was telling us at that moment was that Ivani was born in the United States and she didn't have a passport, that she never applied for a passport. So we were not understanding at that moment how they even made it through.
Your objection, narrative?
We wonder, when is the defense ever going to object? We don't want them to, but you know. Phantom, you say, I tried to watch unfluffed. You mean like fully fluffed trials, right? The trials that have all the fluff, that have not been defluffed. You said, but I truly miss my Grizzlies and G. Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for being here. I know there's a lot of action in true crime today, oh my goodness. So thank you so much to those of you who are here with me.
Sustain, ask a question.
And so were you with Agent Igualaba when he interviewed Nickole in Costa Rica?
Yes, sir.
You were present there in the room with him?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Could this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Rojas, thank you so much for being here today. You're excused, sir. Call your next witness.
I have to spell it, right?
Okay, so next up we have Nicole's mother. She was the one who insisted, hey, where's Domenic? She surprised her as well. She got to Costa Rica a day before Nickole and Daniel got there. And she's like, surprise! And she's like, wait, where's Domenic? So then she kept asking, kept insisting, and eventually Nickole told her that Domenic had died. And so she's like, where's his body? Push, push, push. So I give this mother some credit, hey? The push, 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 and then saying, where's the body? And then saying, you got to tell the police, and then telling the police, and then they went to retrieve his body. Okay, so Nicole's mother on the stand with a translator.
Where are you from?
¿De dónde es usted?
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
Where do you currently live?
Actualmente, ¿dónde vive usted?
Florida, Boca Raton.
En Boca Raton, Florida.
How many children do you have?
¿Cuántos hijos tiene usted?
3.
3.
What are their names?
¿Cómo se llaman?
Nicole, Christopher, and Raquel.
Nickole, Christopher, and Raquel.
And let's talk about Nickole. Does Nickole have children?
¿Nickole tiene hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
What are their names?
¿Y cómo se llaman los niños?
Ahorita mismo, ¿no? Sí, los que tiene ahorita.
The one that she has right now, right? Including the baby?
So all the children that Nickole has had, what are their names?
Que ella tiene. ¿Cómo se llaman?
Domenic, Ivani, and Abigail.
Domenic, Ivani, and Abigail.
And do those children live with you?
¿Esos niños viven con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
What about Domenic? Does Domenic live with you?
Domenic
vive con usted?
No.
So now we know where the kids are. Where are the kids? With her.
No, Domenic doesn't.
At some point when Domenic was in Florida, did he live with you?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know a Daniel Garcia?
¿Sabe cómo conoce usted a Daniel Garcia?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see Daniel Garcia in the courtroom today?
¿Usted ve a Daniel Garcia en esta sala el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing that
¿Puede
he's wearing?
identificarlo usted con un artículo de ropa que traiga puesta?
Su camisa celeste.
His light blue shirt.
And the record reflected the witness identifies the defendant in court.
The record will so reflect.
When did you first meet Daniel Garcia?
¿Cuándo fue la primera vez que usted conoció a Daniel Garcia?
¿Puedo hablar acá?
I can speak here, right?
En español.
In Spanish?
Cuando Nickole lo llevó a la casa fue ya más tarde.
When Nickole brought him home, it was already later on.
Okay.
No fue un tiempo muy largo que ellos se conocieron.
They didn't know each other
no
for a
venía
long
mucho a la
time,
casa.
and he wouldn't come to the house too often.
But you met him in Florida.
Pero usted lo conoció en Florida.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know if Daniel Garcia had children?
¿Sabe usted si Daniel Garcia tenía hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
At that time when you met him in 2021 in Florida, how many children did he have and what were their names?
2.
2.
Daniela.
Daniela.
El pequeñito no me acuerdo.
I don't remember the little one's name.
Was the little one a boy or a girl?
El chiquito era niño o niña?
Niño.
Boy.
In Florida at your residence, when the kids were staying with you or when they came over, would you all go to the pool sometimes?
¿Ustedes a veces iban a la alberca?
Sí.
Yes.
So let's talk about in April of 2021, were your grandkids, Domenic and Ivani, at the pool?
¿Estaban en la alberca?
Sí.
Yes.
And were Daniel's children, Daniela and the boy, Alexander, at the pool?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point, did Domenic spit water at Daniela?
Sí.
Yes.
And after that, did Daniel, Domenic, and Nicole leave?
Sí, y Ivani también.
Yes, and so did Ivani.
Was there a time in April of 2021 that Domenic stayed at Daniel's parents' house with Daniel and Nicole for the entire week?
Sí, esa misma semana.
Yes, that same week.
A few months later, did you and Domenic go to Disney World?
La siguiente semana.
The following week.
And who else went on that trip?
Solo fuimos mi esposo, Nickole, los niños y yo.
It was only my husband, Nickole, the children, and me.
And when you say the children, who are you talking about?
Domenic and Ivani.
Domenic and Ivan.
Did Daniel Garcia go on that trip?
No.
No.
No person witness trip? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
Esa soy yo y Domenic.
That's me and Domenic.
And is that photo a fair and accurate depiction of you and Domenic?
Sí.
Yes.
Where are you guys at that in that picture?
Estábamos en un parque de Disney.
We were at a Disney park.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15 in evidence. So after the Disney trip, the Disney World trip, did you learn that Nickole wanted to move to Texas?
Sí.
Yes.
Who did she want to move to Texas with?
Con Daniel.
With Daniel.
Did they eventually move to Texas and leave?
Voy a decir unas cositas largas, ¿ok?
I'm going to say some long things.
Antes del viaje.
Before the trip.
Ellos habían...
Espérate, objeción. Se sostiene la objeción. Dice que es una respuesta de sí o no.
Did they move to Texas?
¿Ellos se mudaron a Texas?
Sí.
Yes.
Did she take Domenic and Ivani with her?
¿Ella se llevó a Domenic y a Ivani con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And when they came to Texas, were you still trying to be in communication with them?
Tratando de estar en comunicación con ellos.
Sí, pero no podía.
Yes, but I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
¿Qué quiere decir con que no podía?
No contestaba las llamadas.
They were not answering the calls.
Would many days go by before you were able to talk to Nickole?
Sí, un par de días.
Yes, a couple of days.
Then sometime in late July of 2021, did you receive a phone call from Nickolle Aguilar requesting her passport?
Asking for her passport?
Right, they're asking for her passport.
O pidiendo un pasaporte.
Eso no me acuerdo. No sé si ella me pidió o yo le dije a ella.
I don't remember. I don't know if she asked or I told her.
Did you learn that she was in another country?
Porque
¿Se enteró que ella estaba en otro país? Because
ella me dijo que iban para Costa Rica.
she told me they were going over to Costa Rica.
At that point, when she told you that they were going to Costa Rica, did you ask about your grandchildren?
Sí.
Yes.
What did you ask her?
¿Y qué fue lo que usted le preguntó a ella?
Que cómo estaban los niños.
Asking how the children were.
What did she say?
¿Y qué dijo ella?
Que estaban bien.
That they were okay.
At some point, while she was traveling to Costa Rica.
And they were not okay. Isn't this translator so good? Oh my goodness. She's so efficient, so good. Wow, it's just mesmerizing watching all of this.
Did you ask to speak to Domenic?
¿Usted pidió hablar con Domenic?
Sí.
Yes.
What did she tell you?
¿Y qué fue lo que ella le dijo a usted?
Que estaban durmiendo. No, nunca hablé con ellos.
That they were asleep. No, I never spoke to them.
Does Nickole know how to drive?
Nickole sabe manejar.
No.
No.
And your, who's Christian Aguilar?
¿Quién es Cristian Aguilar?
El papá de Nickole.
Nicole's father.
And where does he live?
¿Y dónde vive él?
Costa Rica.
En Costa Rica.
At some point, did you find out that Nickole arrived in Costa
En
Rica?
Costa Rica. ¿A Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes.
Who did she arrive in Costa Rica with?
¿Con quién llegó a Costa Rica?
Con Daniel.
With Daniel.
And who else?
¿Y quién más?
Pues yo creía con Iván y Domenic.
Well, I thought it was with Ivan and Domenic.
Did you learn, what did you learn after that though?
Y se enteró, bueno, ¿qué fue lo que se enteró después de eso?
Me enteré que solo llegó Iván.
I found out that only Ivan arrived.
Did you go to Costa Rica?
¿Usted fue a Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes.
Why did you go to Costa Rica?
¿Por qué fue a Costa Rica?
Porque quería ver a mis niños.
Because I wanted to see my children.
When you arrived to Costa Rica,
Cuando llegó a Costa Rica,
did you ask Nickole where Domenic was?
¿usted le preguntó a Nicole dónde estaba Domenic?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did she say?
¿Y qué fue lo que ella le dijo a usted?
Que no pudo traerlo porque estaba enfermo.
That she was not able to bring him because he was sick.
Where did she say he was?
¿Y dónde dijo ella que estaba él?
Con una amiga de Daniel.
With a friend of Daniel's.
Where?
¿Dónde?
No dijo.
She didn't say.
Did she later change her story to
Ella
you
después cambió su historia a usted.
and tell you where Domenic
¿Y
was?
le dijo dónde estaba Domenic?
Sí.
Yes.
What did she say?
¿Y qué fue lo que le dijo?
Me llamó por teléfono.
She called me on the phone
La mañana que me enteré
the morning that I found out
que Domenic había fallecido.
that Domenic had passed away.
Así me enteré.
That's the way I found out.
Ella me dijo,
She told me,
mami, no pude salvarlo.
Mommy, I was not able to save him. Okay.
Did you ask her
¿Usted le preguntó a ella
or try to find out where his body was?
dónde estaba el cuerpo de él?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
¿Y qué fue lo que ella le dijo a usted? I don't remember.
Eventually, did you and Nickole go to Colorado?
¿Usted y Nicole fueron a Colorado eventualmente?
Sí.
Yes.
Why did you go to Colorado?
¿Y por qué fueron a Colorado?
A buscar a Domenic.
To look for Domenic.
At the time that you were on your way to Colorado,
En camino a Colorado.
did Nickole ever tell you about how they or where they put Domenic's body?
¿O dónde fue que pusieron el cuerpo de Domenic?
No.
No.
When you were in Costa Rica,
Cuando usted estaba en Costa Rica,
did you see Daniel Garcia?
¿vio usted a Daniel Garcia?
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you see him?
¿Dónde lo vio?
Donde vivía el papá de Nicole, donde ellos llegaron.
Where Nicole's father lived, where they arrived.
Request witness judge.
Se va a acercar a la testigo.
Showing you State's Exhibit 14.
Enseñando la prueba número 14.
Sí.
Fiscalía. Yes.
State's Exhibit 14 is a photo. Who's that? Who's in that
Sí.
photo?
Sí.
En esa fotografía.
Sí,
Yes,
Daniel.
Yes, yes, Daniel.
Daniel.
And where was that photo taken?
En la casa de Cristian.
¿Dónde se sacó la foto?
En la casa de Cristian, donde ellos llegaron.
At Christian's house, where they arrived.
Did you also see Daniel's car
El carro de Daniel.
Sí,
Yes.
in Costa Rica?
En Costa
Sí.
Rica. Yes.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 13, or has been admitted as State's Exhibit 13.
Como la prueba número 13.
sí.
What is
Yes.
that?
¿Y qué es
Sí.
eso? Yes.
El carro de Daniel.
Daniel's car.
And was that in Costa Rica?
¿Eso
Sí.
fue en Costa Rica? Yes.
When you were in Costa Rica
Usted estaba en Costa Rica.
and Nickole was there and
Nicole
Daniel
estaba
was
ahí,
there,
Y Daniel estaba ahí.
what was Daniel's demeanor like when you would try to talk to Nickole?
De Daniel, cuando usted trataba de hablar con Nicole.
No podía hablar con Nicole.
I couldn't speak to Nicole.
Él estaba around.
He was around.
No, yo no hablé con ella.
I didn't speak to her.
Were you able to speak to her when
You know what would be so scary is if this grandmother of Domenic wasn't in the picture. Like if she wasn't like, surprise, I'm visiting you. Wait, where's Domenic? She cared about him. She's like, where is he? And pressed for answers. I really fear to think what would have happened if she wasn't in their life, right?
Daniel was not around?
Cuando Daniel no estaba alrededor.
Yo solo estuve yo chequé bien, de sábado para domingo.
I was only from Saturday to Sunday.
No tuve la oportunidad de hablar con ella.
I did not have a chance to speak with her.
When did you finally get the opportunity to speak with her?
Cuando finalmente tuvo la oportunidad de hablar con ella.
Cuando ya se llevaron a Daniel.
When they then took Daniel.
When Daniel left?
Cuando Daniel se fue.
Sí.
Yes.
I just want to thank the 1,600 people that are here right now. I know there's a lot of news in true crime, okay? And the verdict that is happening, we're going to watch right after this. But thank you so much for being here. And then we're going to teleport to the next one right after this, okay? Which is not long now. That one is going to start in 45 minutes for us, okay? So thank you so much. This is Nickole's mother. Pirette, you were talking about a different case there. Okay, this is a case about this little boy, 5-year-old Domenic, who died because of abuse from Nickole's boyfriend, Daniel Garcia. He's on trial.
Then at some point, Daniel was no longer there, and you were able to talk to Nickole?
Poquito.
A little bit.
When Domenic was in Texas, in the last weeks of July in 2021, were you ever able to FaceTime with Domenic?
No.
No.
Did you ever try?
¿En algún momento usted trató?
Sí.
Yes.
And after you tried, what would be told to you, or why were you not able to?
¿Por qué es que no pudo hacerlo?
Object speculation here, Senor.
That's the same.
No contesta.
That's what understood.
No question.
Preguntas y el señor no tiene.
I just want to be excused.
Yes,
¿Se
sure.
puede retirar, señoría?
Oh, we got a few questions.
Perdón, un par de preguntitas más. Muy bien.
So,
Entonces,
when
cuando
after Domenic's body was found
después de que se
in
encontró el
Colorado,
cuerpo de Domenic en Colorado,
were you then contacted by law enforcement about the remains?
cuanto a los restos?
Sí.
Yes.
Where are the remains currently?
Actualmente, ¿dónde se encuentran los restos?
En mi casa.
At my house.
What process?
Was Domenic cremated?
¿A Domenic lo quemaron?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you the person that chose that form
Usted es la persona que
for his remains?
el formulario para los restos de él.
El papá de Domenic también.
Dominic's father as well.
And did anybody at the police or FBI or any DA's office tell you that the remains of Domenic should be cremated?
¿Deberían de ser cremados?
No.
No.
That's what it should.
Ya no
No
tengo
question.
preguntas, ya no tengo preguntas.
Thank you, ma'am. Maybe
Gracias, señora, se puede retirar.
So the defense, they don't seem to have any questions in this one. Maria said, thank you for your clever and empathetic way of always handling these cases. Gee, proud Grizzly here. Thank you so much, Maria. You've been a member for 26 months. Oh my goodness. You are an OG. Thank you so much. I can see there's quite a few people waiting for us at the other stream. I can't wait to be there afterwards with you. I think we're all going to be very happy over there. So for now, just stay here. I appreciate all of you who could stay here and stay focused. Really well done. Do you need a certificate? I think so. It's taking extreme focus. So thank you for being here. Shame, man. That translator did such a great job, don't you think? We've only got half an hour or so left of this trial footage for today. Tomorrow we're going to continue with the rest of this trial. Like 6-day trial done in 2 days with a defluff.
¿Me? Sí, usted se puede retirar.
Thank you, maybe see Take all your next witness.
They call Samantha Pettis.
Ooh, former girlfriend of this defendant over here. Well, now he's actually convicted. We'll figure that out tomorrow. He's so guilty. But okay, the ex-girlfriend and also the mother of his 2 children now on the stand.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Yes, I am Samantha Pettis, a former girlfriend of Daniel Garcia, and my last name is spelled P-E-R-E-Z.
Do you have children?
Yes, I have 2. They are Alexander Garcia and Daniela Garcia.
And how old is Daniela?
Daniela is 7 now, and Alexander is 5.
And what grade is Daniela in?
She just finished 1st grade.
And do you know Daniel Garcia?
Yes.
And is he the father of Daniela Garcia and Alexander Garcia?
Yes, he is.
Do you see Daniel Garcia in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He is wearing a blue button-up.
The record reflects the witness identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And so, while you were in a relationship with the defendant, Daniel Garcia, you had 2 children?
Yes.
And did y'all live in Florida?
On and off, yes.
At some point, did you move to Texas with your children?
Yes.
And
I've got this at 1.1 speed in case you think it just sounds a little bit sped up. It is just a little bit sped up.
2021, around late June to early July, did the defendant move to Texas?
Yes, he did.
And who did he move with?
Nickole and her 2 kids.
And do you remember what those 2 kids' names are?
Ivani and Domenic.
And where were they staying when they came to Texas?
They stayed at multiple hotels throughout San Antonio.
Was one of those hotels a Homewood Suites in the Fort Sam area?
Yes.
And then the other 2 hotels was one off Wurzbach and another one off I-35, South I-35?
Yes.
And while they were staying here, would Daniela and Alexander stay with them?
Yes, they did.
Would they stay with them overnight?
Yes.
And was that for days at a time?
Yes, it was.
And at these different hotel locations, would you go and pick up your kids?
Yes, I did.
So you were familiar and you had the addresses of those places?
Yes.
Person approach, sir.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 17. What are these?
Those are locations of the hotels.
Okay. Are these is this the State's Exhibit 16? Is that the location of the hotel at Wurzbach?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 17, is that the one off of I-35?
Yes, it is.
And then there was a third hotel. Was that the one off the Fort Sam?
Yes, that was the third hotel.
And these printouts, are they true and correct copies of the hotels that your children were staying at?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 17.
No further objections, Your Honor. State 16 and 17 are by the books.
While or after your relationship with the defendant, and while the defendant, was he in a relationship with Nickole Aguilar?
Yes.
Was it ever communicated to you by the defendant, Daniel Garcia, about his thoughts on the disciplining of children and his philosophy differences between himself and Nickole?
Yes, it was.
And what was that communicated?
It was communicated that they don't discipline the same, and that, I mean, how do I put this? They just had different parenting styles.
What did you take that to mean?
I mean, when he told me at first, I kind of questioned.
Speculation. Overruled.
You can answer.
I mean, I questioned it. I mean, I don't know how to say this other than when we spoke about it, they had two different parenting styles. One was very kind of relaxed, and the other was more authoritative. And one followed through with physical punishment, and the other did not.
And the one who followed through with physical punishment, who was that?
Daniel.
While the defendant was in San Antonio in July of 2021 with Nickole's children, Domenic and Avani.
I'm just gonna pause. Anne says, "Oh my gosh, she shares kids with Daniel." Yeah, this must be so difficult. Being here now, being like, "Whoa, he did what?" Because I think they had shared custody. Of course, you know, this is the mother of Daniel's two children. So imagine finding out that your ex abused a 5-year-old boy so much that he died. What?
Fort Sam area with that hotel of Wood Spring Suites. Were Daniela, and Alexander staying there?
Yes.
And they would stay the night?
Yes, they did.
On July 25th at 2:25 in the morning, do you recall receiving a text message from the defendant?
I saw it when I woke up, yes.
The first witness, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is from Daniel's phone. I was asking him if the kids were awake so I could speak to them. And then he responded that he didn't see it, or he didn't see my message. He went to the store. He told me what room they were staying at, what room number it was. And then it says to let him know when to call so I can speak to the kids. And then after that, in the morning, he says, "Are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. Had an emergency, need to head back to Miami."
And
had an emergency. Domenic died. That's what happened. Hey, had an emergency. Can you come pick the kids up? Thanks. What?
This text message, is this a true and correct copy of the text message that Daniel sent to you at 2:35 in the morning, 2:25 in the morning on July 25th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
State moves to offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18 as evidence. So on the screen we see State's Exhibit 18, and that's a printout of a text message, and then at 2:25 in the morning on July 25th, 2021, we see the text message of, "Are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. Had an emergency, need to head back to Miami." So you guys were in constant, in regular communication during the time that he was staying here in San Antonio?
Yes, we were.
At any point before this text message or after this text message, did he reach out to you and say that he needed medical assistance for Domenic Aguilar or help or anything like that?
No, he did not.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And to approach the monitor. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5 into the screen. So on the screen I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted to evidence. And it is timestamped at July 25th, 12:09 in the morning, which is about 2 hours from the time that that text message was sent. Do you see the screen?
Yes, I do.
So I'm pausing it at 12:11 a.m. Can you identify the people that we see on the screen right now?
Yes, it's Ivani, Alexander, Nickole, and it looks like Daniel's in the back.
So I'll play it.
Domenic.
So I'm stopping at 12:11 a.m. 44. Who do we see on the screen?
You see Daniel and Domenic walking down the stairs.
And when you say Daniel, is that the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And Nickole had 2 children,
Yes,
and their names were?
Domenic and Ivani.
I get so mad watching this.
Let's fast forward it to 12:16 in the morning. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniel and Ivani going up the stairs.
What child is that?
I don't know what I said. Domenic, not Ivani.
And that's at 12:16 in the morning. So your text message is at 2:35 in the morning? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next morning, did you receive other text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Were they from his phone?
No, he texted me hours later from Nickole's cell phone.
And so, before we get into those text messages, did you have Nickole's phone number saved in your phone?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 19. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Without reading the contents of it, is that a text message to you by Daniel Garcia from Nickole's phone?
Yes, it is.
Does Daniel address himself in that text message?
Yes, he does.
Is that a true and correct copy of a text message that you received from Daniel using Nickole's phone?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 19 into evidence.
Your Honor, I object to hearsay, authentication, and to relevancy.
But I didn't catch the last part.
It could be Nickole using his phone.
The judge is just like, overruled. Defense attorney stands up. I am rejecting to relevancy and hearsay. She's like, overruled. Okay, anyway, just sounded so nonchalant. Sorry, sit down. Overruled. Okay, so we still have 19 minutes. Can you make it? Sure, you guys are so patient. Well done, everyone.
Claiming that it's Daniel.
That's argument, so yes, it's overruled.
Where's the postage?
Yes.
So on the screen, we see State's Exhibit number 19, and it reads, "Hey Sam, it's Daniel. My phone's messed up. Can I drop the kids off with you today? Like I mentioned, something came up and I need to head to Miami. Not sure if I'll be able to drive them back before school starts." And he references that he has to work about 12 hours a day for the next 2 weeks for this, and that his mom had surgery, so she can't help watch the kids.
Correct.
The defendant from the Miami area?
Yes, he is.
And so this communication, were you thinking that the defendant had the intent to go to Miami, Florida?
I did originally, yes.
I wonder if Daniel's mom really had surgery or if he just didn't want to lie to her. Maybe his mom would call his BS right out. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you want me to watch the kids? Why? What happened? Right? So just saying, sorry, my mom had surgery. Can you maybe come pick up the kids? We had an emergency. Like, oh my word, he's lying so much. And said, what is the maximum sentence? For him, what I read was it's between 5 and 99 up to life in prison. So let's just hope he gets the maximum and never, ever, ever, ever gets out.
Did you later then go pick up the kids?
Yes, I did.
And then once you picked up the kids, did you pick them up at the hotel in the Fort Sam area, the Wood Springs Suites?
Yes, I did.
What was Daniela's demeanor like?
At first, she looked really sad when I picked her up. And then when I got her in the car and started driving away, she seemed stressed out and she was crying and throwing a tantrum.
After that day, did you communicate with the defendant via cell phone from Nickole's cell phone number?
Yes.
And were those text messages?
They were a mixture of text messages and FaceTime calls.
Were there times that you were communicating with the defendant from your cell phone to Nickole's cell phone and the signal was poor or bad?
Yes, there were multiple times. Sometimes he would let me know or just not respond.
At any point,
I see many of you asking where he was working. I really don't know because they were bouncing around all over the place. You know, from Florida to San Antonio, Texas, and then obviously after the emergency, as they called it. Then they went to Colorado, then Mexico, Costa Rica, back to Florida. So I don't think at that time they were working much unless he was selling something. I don't know.
Before or after the text messages that we see on the screen, State's Exhibit 19, did he indicate to you that he needed help, medical assistance, or anything like that for the child, Domenic Aguilar?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that he was on his way to Colorado?
No.
Were you under the belief that he was going to Florida to go work?
Yes, I was.
At any point did he tell you that he was in Mexico?
No.
My personal instance?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 20. State's Exhibit 21. State's Exhibit 22. State's Exhibit 23. State's Exhibit 24. State's Exhibit 25. State's Exhibit 26. State's Exhibit 27. State's Exhibit 28. We have these other ones marked. So from State's Exhibit could you review State's Exhibits 20 through 28 Could you tell me whether they are a fair and accurate or a true and correct copy of the text messages that you received from the defendant, Daniel Garcia, from Nickole's cell phone?
Yes, they are.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 29, 30, 31, and 32. If I may approach the English.
Yes.
Can you go through these and let me know, are these a true and correct copy of the text messages that you received from the defendant, Daniel Garcia, from Nickolle Aguilar's cell phone?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibits 20 through 32 into evidence, Judge.
Everything else good to go?
Sometimes after something like that, the reason it jump cuts now is because they literally went to break and we couldn't see anything. So I didn't cut out anything that we were supposed to see right now. It's just to the next point, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What I said for the record stands.
Who's Arden Acosta?
That is Daniel's mother.
And so she's the grandmother of your children?
Yes.
Or I guess one of the grandmothers?
Yes.
Is her phone number 305-505-5049?
Yes.
Is that a number that you called and had regular contact with?
Yes, it is.
Good. Permission to brush?
Yes.
And permission to publish?
Okay.
So we see State's Exhibit 19. You ask him about traveling all the way back to Miami just to work.
Yes, I do.
And he actually gives you a response. When I say he, is the defendant. In Exhibit 20, what we see is the work crew is from Miami. We picked up a new contract, and they want us working by Wednesday. But that's a bunch of moving around the state, at least visiting 2 cities. I believe it's Tampa and Orlando. It's my last contract. Kind of needed the money. That's why I'm asking you. At any point, did he call you and tell you, hey, I actually need some help because I have a child that's in need of some medical assistance?
No, he did not.
So in State's Exhibit 21, he's discussing, not sure, you ask him, when would you be back to San Antonio then? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what was his response on State's Exhibit 21?
He said, not sure. It's supposed to be between 2 to 3 weeks, but if there's a snag, I can be here upward to a month.
And then the next text, you're discussing about all this going back and forth and money and all that. And you ask him, because again, was that at that time that his plan was to move here to San Antonio so that he could be closer to your children?
Yes, it was.
And so what was his response to your inquiries on that?
He pretty much stated that's why he needed to do this. He needs to be stable and have a good safety net when he moves.
And so, was there some, I guess, abruptness to his request for you to pick up the kids that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you expecting it?
I was not.
And so we'll move on to State's Exhibit 23. You ask if it's possible for you to get them.
This guy, he's like, I won't be here tomorrow. I need to leave today. Like, what the hell? He's like, need to get out of here. Can you pick up the kids? Because I need to go. There's an emergency. Like, wow. Vanessa, oh, thank you so much. You said, thanks, G. You are amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
And tomorrow after work?
Yes, I do.
And what was his response?
No, that he will not be here tomorrow. He said he needed to leave that day.
And then you tell him, again, that tomorrow works better for you and that you'd be there by 9 a.m., but what's his response?
He said, I have to leave today, Sam. I can drop them off at your mom's if you want.
And you do eventually agree and go to the hotel, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And when you're there, who do you meet there?
I meet Daniel with my 2 kids, Daniela and Alexander, outside.
Who else did you see there?
Nobody.
And you told me you'd be there in about 30, 40 minutes, and he was asking where you were and your ETA, which estimated time of arrival.
Yes.
And then after this, were there still attempts, I guess, for you to communicate with him and him to communicate with his children?
Yes, I was.
And so we move on to State's Exhibit 25. Daniela does want to talk to him or wants to call.
Yes.
And we see FT or just regular call. What does FT mean?
That means FaceTime.
Was that something that y'all would do with the children with FaceTime?
Yes.
And at any point, while you knew Nickole, did you speak to her on her cell phone?
No, I never did.
Did you ever FaceTime with her on her cell phone?
No.
And we see he responds that the connection is horrible. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Then later.
Okay, we've got 8 minutes left here. Let's see. Yeah, we're almost going to the next stream. And G said, exactly, raising our sons right is as important as our daughters. Absolutely. And the focus should be to break the cycle with these freaking perps. Could they stop? Like, what the hell? Right? Although in this case, damn. The mother and the boyfriend, terrible. Like, horrible what they did here.
You're asking if the kids can call at 6 instead of 7 today?
Yes.
And that's on the 26th?
Yes, it is.
And what was his response?
He said, yeah, but I don't really have good signal. And then a little while later said, hey, I have really bad signal. I'll talk to them tomorrow.
Let's go all the way to August 14th. Were you still communicating with him on Nickole's cell phone?
Yes, I was.
And based on this text message, was the signal still bad or weak?
It appears so.
So we see on August 14th, he asks you if they're calling, and what was your response?
I said they called twice, no answer.
And what was his response?
Didn't get the call, must be signal, and then he asked if they're sleeping.
So we see a series of numbers. It says originating number and terminating number. These are AT&T records. On this first page, do you see any calls to Arlen Acosta's phone number?
No.
And so we see dates over here, and this starts on July 20th of 2021?
Yes, that's correct.
And it goes to item 15, which is July 22nd, 2021.
Yes.
And so on these series of records and calls, we don't see any interaction between this phone number and Arlen Acosta.
No, none.
So let's move to the second page. We see dates from July 22nd to item 31, July 25th. Do you see any calls to Arlen Acosta?
I see one call on July 25th.
And that's item number 31?
Yes.
So before that call, July 25th, 2021, do we see any other calls to Arlen Acosta or calls from Arlen Acosta?
No.
So now I'm showing you page 3. Do we see calls to or calls from Arlen Acosta? How many?
Multiple.
Okay, so we see item 32, which is July 25th of 2021. Is there an interaction between the phone and Arlen Acosta's phone number?
Yes.
What about item 33?
Yes.
What about item 34?
Yes.
What about item 35?
Yes.
And so looking at, may I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Looking at this document, page 3, do we see the interactions of this phone number and Arlen Acosta's phone number multiple times on this page?
Yes, you do.
And this is from a date range of July 25th, 2021 to July 26th, 2021.
Yes.
Then we go to page 4. Are there multiple interactions with this phone number of Arlen Acosta, this phone number and Arlen Acosta's phone number?
Yes.
And now we're in the date range of July 27th. Do we see multiple interactions between Arlen Acosta's phone number and this phone number?
Yes.
And we'll skip ahead to July 28th. Do we see interactions between Arlen Acosta's phone number and this phone number?
Yes, you do.
And then, at some point in August of 2021, did you FaceTime with the defendant from a different phone number?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you FaceTimed with the defendant?
Yes, I do.
And when was that?
It was right before he got arrested in August of 2021.
Based on that FaceTime, that interaction, were you able to tell where he was?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was in an airport.
And do you know what country?
At the time I did, he was in Costa Rica.
That's your friend.
Daniela is your daughter?
Yes, she is.
At any point have you told her or coached her on what she should say?
No, never.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
You have no questions, Your Honor.
Is she excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now you step down.
See the judge a little bit.
You don't have any other witnesses, correct, Mr. Salinas, for today?
Not for today, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess trial for today. Tomorrow, I have a very long morning docket, so rather than making you wait all morning, I'm going to ask that we start at 1:30. Based on what they have told me and the witnesses they have tomorrow, we can finish those witnesses if we start at 1:30. Already instructed you on, which is that you're not allowed to do
So that's what happened on that day. That was day 1 and 2. We watched day 2 now, right? So it just like restarted. It's looping. So, sorry if you hear the door now. Mr. Grizzly's just walked into the door. Okay. So thank you for watching day 1 and 2 with me. Today we saw the defluffed trial, speedy trial, Grizzly speedy trial, opening statements, the witnesses. There were just 2 witnesses that hadn't shared information yet that I'd chopped out of the footage. So if you want to see the raw footage, it's on KSAT 12. Now tomorrow we're going to meet again to continue this trial, and we'll finish this trial. We're going to look at day 3, 4, 5, and 6, and the verdict tomorrow, okay? But right now, you're going to be redirected to the next stream where we're going to watch the Abulaban Verdict. Yes, indeed. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for waiting here with me. Let's go and do that, okay? So you should be teleported there, and I will see you there. I really look forward to watching the rest of this trial with you tomorrow. And thankfully, we know that there is justice for Domenic, because we already know, because we're catching up on this trial, that the defendant was found guilty. So now he's convicted. Good job, jury. They deliberated today. So, okay, everyone, are we ready? Look at him. Look at Domenic. 5 years old. My goodness. Okay, everyone, here we go. Thank you so much. See you in the next one.